Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The man Dudwini, welcome back. Welcome back to SS. Yes, the man one is salame salam straight away. One is salame. And I've got the lovely, thank you very much. I've got the lovely sister therapy in the building. How are you?
I'm good, wallahi. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you?
The man, wallah, alhamdulillah, wallah, alhamdulillah. And yeah, like we promised, we deliver, we stick to our promises all the time. And today's subject is gonna be all about how do women find their femininity in this time and day. In this time of day, it's been a subject. This is why I really wanted to speak about the subject because I think it manifested through the other stream, especially
Yeah.
when my brother, I think brother Mustafa, a Muslim, said it finest. Why don't women use their superpower, aka femininity? So on the backstage, obviously I got in contact with sister and I said, you know what, we've been having conversations with it. So today we're gonna be breaking what is femininity, have females lost it, what's it about, what's going on, and we're gonna look at it from multiple different angles. You know how it is, we've got the videos lined up for you. Me and sister's gonna break down a little bit and then we're gonna bring people in on board. So any of your comments, please. And again, we're gonna leave the link to Sister Talks chat channel. So always subscribe. She has some amazing content. And sis, let's go for it. Femininity, what is it? What is it? How is it? Let's break it down. Go for it.
Subhanallah. So, firstly, Jazakallah khairan for the shout out and for having me on.
Come
To
on,
be honest,
always.
wallahi, I think is exactly, I keep saying wallahi, but I should stop saying that. It's as you said, subhanallah, that femininity, there's so many layers, firstly.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Mm-hmm.
think to be able to look at the society we live in today, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
we've misrepresented what femininity means. We've
Mm-hmm.
made it more so about appearance and
Mm-hmm.
what we have to offer and how we look, how beautiful we are. And what this does, it breeds a lot of contempt. It
Mm-hmm.
breeds, animosity and also comparison between women. Um, on top of that, it creates this disharmony between men and women because
Mm-hmm.
now women are also using their own sexuality, where before we could say men subjugated women
Mm-hmm.
or objectified them. Now we're almost doing it to ourselves because it pays off at the end of the day. So yeah,
So
so
it
I'm really
does.
looking forward to it, to unpack this
Uh
topic.
when you say people are misusing it, do you want to elaborate more? I mean, how can you misuse your femininity as a woman or used against you?
To be honest, in multiple ways. So,
Mm,
a way that it could be misused is firstly the
mm,
way it's misrepresented. So I'm sure if any of our sisters or brothers go on YouTube, you'll get thousands upon thousands of videos that will describe what femininity is and how
mm,
to attain it. Some people express femininity just for it to be the way you speak, the tone that you express in how you feel. It could be multiple things. But the way it's misused, I think it's because it's been misrepresented. And unfortunately, young women who don't have, the maturity to understand that femininity is far more greater than just your appearance
mm,
is could be detrimental.
mm. When you say it's far more greater than your appearances, is for me as a man, if you ask me what a feminist, sometimes it's kind of hard. I'm trying to not say feminist because I've been so used to that word so much. Like, yeah, it's kind of hard switching it around. So femininity. If you ask me as a man, it's a woman. Do you get where I'm coming from? What a woman's essence should be. Does that make sense?
Say that again, sorry.
For me, if you ask me what is femininity, isn't it a woman's essence, like a real woman, and what men want, instead of this new warped version of women that I don't know. I'm not trying to disrespect them, but this anti-men that which we're seeing a lot, that maybe men are missing. Do you get where I'm coming from? A lot.
Um, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the question. I think you've said it, but I probably misheard you. So
Mm,
basically, just correct me if I've heard you correctly. So what you're
Mhm.
saying is feminicity, like what is feminicity? Is that what I'm hearing you say? Or am I
Yeah, I'm saying, like, you know how a lot of people are complaining about femininity. I'm saying, is it because we are not used to it? So, like, because women have, like I said, in the last 40 to 30 years, there's been a dramatic shift in women where maybe some of us are not used to femininity. Like, we're just used to women competing so much where it's just, and if you ask me what a female, feminine woman is, it's just like a typical woman, a typical warm woman that you want to go home to, not someone that you want to be constantly very competitive, battleless. Because you have that outside in the real world, right? As a man, and I think
of
most men
course,
can understand where I'm coming from.
of course.
And for women to be having these attributes, and I'm saying, why is it so lacking in the especially the new generation of Hableha? Why do you think it is? Femininity is not there.
I mean, to answer it in a very simplistic way, I think I would say it's because we've lost the essence of what it means to be a woman, and the
Mhm,
role of a woman. And
mhm,
obviously, knowing that we live in, so maybe if I could just, maybe not everybody might agree, but this is my opinion of femininity and what it represents. So, firstly, I want to make a distinction between the feminist movement and what femininity is. So, the
mhm,
word femininity is actually referred to a female sex, right?
mhm,
And
mhm,
it's what, for me, what how I would represent it is it's what you'd call the art of being a lady. So it's actually a very way of being in your essence. Now we know that we live in a very dualistic world, and we have the masculine, the feminine, and in terms of the feminine and the masculine, I mean, in the Eastern philosophy, you could call it yin and yang. Some people
mhm,
could remember, know it as that. And to be honest, the two aspects of what they are is the two aspects of the same energy. So think of it like a positive and a negative charge, or a
mhm,
mountain and a shadow. And
mhm,
in reality, one is not superior to the other. The two energies complement one another, and it's to in order to create a universal harmony in the universe, to be able to create some sort of harmony between us. So if you think of like flowing with the right energy at the right time gets
mhm,
you exactly what you want. So we have to think of what it means to be a feminine woman is really it's an artistic way of being. It's cultivating what the role that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given to us as women.
mhm,
And in order, as we're cultivating, it's about going through multiple different stages of growth. So we
mhm,
know that, when a woman or a young girl reaches her pubescence,
mhm,
there's certain journeys that she experiences. And then when a woman gets into motherhood, again, there's
mhm,
certain experiences. And then also in menopause, there's a
mhm,
certain experience. And just the nature of women, I mean, subhanallah, so many people have different perspectives of what it is to be a woman. Some
mhm,
people just put it down to the basic traits of like being empathetic and being compassionate, but there's far more to that. So I'll give you an example of what I mean by living in a world where we have duality. So
mhm,
being and non-being creates each other. Difficulty and ease support each other. Long and short defines each other. High and low depends on each other. Before and
mhm,
after follow each other. So
mhm,
this is a cycle, to be able to find peace. And for me, I feel like femininity, if it's not used in the right way, it could be very
mhm,
chaotic.
mhm,
It's also, it could cause a lot of liability. But
mhm,
in reality, if we com- compose it with the Islamic view, we're actually
mhm,
meant to be an asset. So a woman is an asset to a man,
mhm,
because we have to work together in order to sustain, a way of living. So when I talk about a woman being
mhm,
supportive or creating a support system in order for the man to perform his task as well, it's almost like I said, it's a reciprocal relationship. So a woman deals with the support system for a man. It would be spirituality, in the health department. Family appearance is definitely one of them. The dwelling, maintaining the education, the mobility, profession, leisure, wealth. So all of these things are something that a woman could bring a lot of positive to a man's life. So that's maybe something, I don't know if you want to go into it anymore, but
Yeah,
I'd leave it there for
yeah.
now.
I think yeah we can. I just wanted to what do you think about this question? Too many women act like men nowadays. No art of being a lady. Because when you said the art of being a lady earlier is part of the femininity, and I wanted to speak about different stages of femininity in women, where a lot of men don't understand as well. But do you not, as a fellow, as the only sister on the panel, do you want to answer this question?
Yes, of course. So to be honest, thank you so much, man like Faz.
Like
Sorry,
Faz,
I can't
that's a long. He's got a long name. Yeah.
yeah, I can't even get my words right. So, I mean, like I said, there's you can think of it in this way: there's light and dark in everything. So, the
Mm-hmm.
dark side of the feminine energy is, i.e., the shadow, and like male energy, female energy can manifest itself through subhanallah in so many different ways. And normally, it's based on fear and ego. So, of course, when there is fear and ego, that is a component to a very underdeveloped feminine or a feminine essence of a woman, then yes, because she's not sitting in her rightful disposition that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created her in. So the only example she has of the world and in society, we seem to really elevate the traits of being a man, because they are alhamdulillah, they're very different, they have structure, they're more of a horizontal, where a woman's more vertical. So there's a lot of differences. And when we almost suppress one aspect of the duality experience, then what happens is everybody tends to gravitate towards the benefits that can be reaped from, what we deem as the best out of the two.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that answers the question, but that's how I would also describe it.
Okay, I think that kind of answered the question very well. I wanted to get into a quick video. It's about your standards and changing your life. I think this come from a female, and I think she's part of the this growth that we're seeing on YouTube about men and women. Some of it's positive, yes, sister talk. Some of it is negative. So I want to have a look on what this female's saying, and let's break down some of it, some of the aspects of femininity that she's talking about.
Hello, my beautiful darlings. Welcome back to my channel. I hope you're having an amazing day and thank you for watching. Today, we're going to talk about your feminine power, ladies. And we're going to talk about the fact that you don't understand that women set the rules in terms of dating. I see so many women having no standards, having no boundaries. We're going to talk about your standards. We're going to talk about how to have standards and how to express your standards as well, and how to be a high value woman with your standards, with your boundaries, how to be a true feminine woman. And for the masculine man to be rewarded by the amazing feminine energy, he has to earn it. So if you want to know more, keep on watching. But first, just wanted to let you know that if you want to see more of my content, I talk about fashion, femininity, old Hollywood glamour, seduction, dating, and anything to level up, anything to make you become a high caliber woman and to transform yourself. So feel free to join the channel. The link is down below. Also follow me on my Instagram, which is at Lisa Heartstyle. Ladies, I wanted to introduce you to the sponsor of this video, which is Skillshare. And I wanted to tell you I'm so happy to work with Skillshare because they are an amazing online learning community to better yourself. We are in a leveling up journey, and Skillshare, I think, would really help us. I even wanted to test it before they contact me. So they have thousands of inspiring classes for creative, for learning new creative things, exploring new skills, learning new things. And I always talk about the fact that being creative is very feminine and puts you in your feminine energy. They have music, they have design, they have art, they have even video, production, film, movies. I personally wanted to learn more about acting. Maybe I was an actress in my previous life. You know how much I love the old Hollywood. I love movies. And on Skillshare, it's very practical because when you don't have a lot of time, when you have to do a lot of things in your life, it's very practical because it's online. You don't have to go to a specific class. You just have a full on access to a lot of different classes. So feel free to check their website through the link down below.
The first 1,000 people to use the link in the description below will get a 1 month free trial of Skillshare.
My dear ladies, I think you don't understand how much power you have, how much femininity is powerful, how much a woman have a true power. I know that men are ruling the world, but in reality, any man is weak in front of femininity. A woman that know how to use her femininity, her feminine power.
Ladies, your standards can literally change your life for the better or for the worse. It has an impact on who you surround yourself with. You can attract marvelous or horrible men, or even people in general, depending on your standards. You can have a better life just by deciding to have better standards.
If women collectively set high standards and raise their expectations, then men would have no choice than to follow. Because at the end of the day, you don't understand that you possess something that all men want. You possess something extremely precious. First of all, your femininity, and also, let's be honest, ladies, your body.
We see only reason we walk over to you and we start talking to you is because you have something we want. It's the only reason. We walk over to you because we see something we want. Our job as men is to go over there and see what it's going to cost us to get what we want.
Back in the days, you know how much a man had to get through to have a woman? How much they have to do to get the attention of a woman? To have a woman, they had to court her. They had to meet the family. The family has to like them, and they had to marry her. It was not easy to have access to a woman, to have what they want, which is, the cookie. What I mean is making sure that a man is valuable of it, making sure that a man is valuable of your time, of your body, of your precious feminine energy, and of you. Because a high value woman is making sure that the man is valuable enough to have access to all of this. This is your boundaries that counts, especially at the beginning, but even in the relationship. For example, one boundary would be you don't want to invite a man at your house. Like, you don't want to invite him and he wants to get invited. It's important to set boundaries. It's not because he wants to have it that he gets to have it, ladies. It's important to have this distinction because a man will always try. Some women don't understand that the minute that a man sees you, he wants to sleep with you. Men are like this. This is how they are. And so if you don't set boundaries, if you don't say, no, you have to have certain requirements to have access to me, then he's going to try. He's going to try. And this is you that got to say no. Back in the days, women were saying, no, you have to marry me. Now women have different type of expectations. Some women would say, you get to marry me. Some women would say, you have to get me a ring. Some women would say, we have to wait a certain time. We have to wait 6 months or 3 months or whatever to get to know each other. Or some women would even not wait and do it the first night. So it's really you that get to decide what is your requirement of entry, what is your requirement of just having access to you. And you need to have a list of what are your requirements and what are your boundaries.
This is going to at least start with a plate of food. Then we know if we keep getting what we want, we're going to have to ask you to marry us. Then if we want to keep getting what we want, we're going to have to put you in a house that you can call your own.
Grammarly does more than catch errors. With Grammarly, you can find really good, no, perfect words that make your writing sharp.
Don't ever stop requiring that because real men know that's what we do. That's
what kind of men you want, what kind of qualities you want from a man. All of these are very important. A lot of women said, oh, but there's so many women that want a gentleman, but there's not enough gentlemen. Well, you're thinking the wrong way. Men are going to try to be lazy, okay? but it is you. If you set the expectation, if all women expect men to be gentlemen, to open the door for them, to pay for the date, to be gentle with them, and to be respectful, men would have no choice. Well, of course, you will always have women that are going to be desperate for attention, that are going to accept anything from men. But you, my ladies, you, my high value, beautiful ladies, I want you to make sure that you are not like this. You're high value. So anything that is high value is expensive. It's hard to get. It's just so precious. You don't want something so precious that a diamond, something that is high value and beautiful, to get on the hands of someone that don't deserve it. It's even worse than just being single and staying single. It's important to be aware of the fact that your requirements and what you expect would have an impact on the men. For example, you would have a woman that have no requirement, that would do anything for the man, that she would chase him, she would even pay things for him, she would do anything, okay? And then the man, he would be a bit lazy. He would kind of save his energy, his provider energy, because this is an energy. Also, masculine men have a precious energy that is the energy of protecting and providing. And they have to save it. They have to save it for a high value woman, a woman that deserves it, a woman that is a price. And if you let him do whatever he wants, he's not going to see you as a high value woman, as the price. He's just going to save his provider and protector energy that is natural for him for someone else. Like, you see so many men, like, they're with a woman and they don't do anything. They don't do any efforts. You see it in Sex and the City, for example. This is the example with Carrie Bradshaw. You see it with Mr. Big. Carrie was so desperate with him that he did not give her any commitment because he didn't have to. She didn't require it.
I may have to move to Paris for work, just for a while.
For how long a while?
I don't know, 7 months, maybe a year.
She was so desperate for him to love her.
I would like to know how you could even think of going to Paris and not even think about discussing it with me.
He's going to take her for granted. He's going to be like, okay, she's going to always be there, so I have no effort to make. Men are like this. They have to be reminded that you are the price, even in a relationship. They have to be reminded of that. So I'm not saying they should compete and chase all the time, but having this playful energy of having your confidence strong and reminding him that, you're a high value woman and any man would die to be with you. But kind of, step up his game a little bit and reminding him that he should not take you for granted. It's important to have this type of confident energy. And I think this kind of a femininity that is more into the femme fatale femininity. You have different type of femininity, and it's very important to stay on your standards and your boundaries, even in the relationship. At the beginning, you should be relaxed, feminine, and confident. Especially work on your confidence before you date. You made your list of standards, boundaries, requirements, what you want. Make a list that you feel like is achievable. Make a list that you like. Make a list that you want.
Must love traveling. Can't brag about traveling. Oh, we can go there, but you can't tell nobody. You shut your mouth. Can't be intimidated by me. Favorite season Favorite season cannot be fall.
I'm going to do more of a video, more in depth into the polarity probably in femininity and masculinity and attraction between both of them. But how to express your boundaries in a feminine way, in an elegant way, staying in your line. You don't need to get angry against men, because why would you? Why would you get angry? Don't get angry, ladies. It's not worth it. When you get angry, it's because you care too much. You care too much about the situation. You care too much about what the people will think about you. If you're truly confident about yourself, you don't care. It's easy sometimes to just talk and make a list of the standards and the boundaries. But if you don't respect it, it's like you did nothing. You don't want to drink alcohol, for example, and someone is judging you about it. It happens to me a lot, because I don't drink. And I will say gracefully, oh, no, I don't drink. And the person will be like, oh, why? It is kind of rude to ask a person why she doesn't drink and why she doesn't do all of this. But this is your standards. You just stay polite. You just stay, oh, That's it. You don't have to explain yourself. When you have things that you don't do, when you have things that you expect, you don't have to explain yourself. If you explain yourself too much, especially to stranger, or like even for friends, the more you explain yourself, the more you appear insecure and the more you share also. I want you to stay a little bit mysterious. Stay a little bit mysterious. People don't have to know why you're doing what you're doing. People have to earn the access of the full story. Why you do this, why you expect this, why you want a man to pay. You don't have to convince him and explain to him why, because feminine energy and masculine energy and all of that. No, 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 no. He doesn't need to know that. I would say, ladies, stop justifying yourself every time you express a boundary or a standard or something that you think. Stop justifying yourself. If you truly embody your boundaries and your standards and everything you believe in, you won't even justify yourself. You won't even try to convince people. Because when people do things that are bad to you,
Hello. Yeah.
Subhanallah, I was about to fall asleep.
She took too long. I should have cut it earlier.
I think you
should
should
cut
have.
it earlier.
It was
I
fitna
should.
first and foremost. May Allah forgive us. Please do
I mean, I
forgive
mean,
us,
I mean,
inshallah, for all those who watched the
I mean.
exposure. But yeah, go on. Well, let's dissect anyways, inshallah. Hopefully there'll be something beneficial out of this video.
Woo! Where can I start? Where can I personally start? Make a list. That's number one. Number two, which the high value women that she kept saying. Was I listening to the Kevin Samuel female version from Greece? That words that I was thinking to myself that. And what do you think her pros and her cons were in that conversation? If you don't mind me asking, sis, from a woman's point of view, from a therapy, from all angles, that what do you think?
Well, I think firstly, let's start with the pros, because I guess in some skewed, diluted way that is quite toxic in some ways. What she's saying is you should have standards, and I think men and women, we should all have standards first and foremost. But moving on to, I think that's the only thing that I took from that. The other things were her selling something, Skillshare. So again,
Yes.
the premise of her video, and also she added on to the fact that, women were creative. So there was a key selling point. So obviously she was making money from it, which is not a bad thing. But again, is it aligned with Islamic? Because sometimes when we look at these kind of advices, or when we look to these kind of videos, they actually misrepresent, because then you end up thinking, well, she seemed like she's got it going on. She seems like men are flocking to her. She has the looks, she has this, she has that. And this is what I want. But Islam is telling me to come, cover myself, not to expose myself. So there is this what's the word? There's this disconnect that happens with the human psyche, because it's two information that don't seem to add up. Firstly, all I can see is imitation. I didn't see her.
Imitation.
Yeah,
When you say
imitation.
imitation, what do you mean? If you don't mind me elaborate on that one.
Yeah, so definitely the imitation that I saw from her is that she's not even been authentic herself. I think a lot of her influences, which she even alluded to, were very kind of vintage, old school kind of movies. Marilyn Monroe was on some of the clips, and to be honest,
S in the City quotes. Then I saw some Steve Harvey quotes that I wanted to pick
yeah,
up on.
of
What do you
course.
think about the Steve Harvey quotes in when the Steve Harvey quotes was quoting like how
Yeah, I
to?
mean,
What do you think about that bit?
yeah, I'll definitely answer that. But just to finish off my thought process quickly. So when we look at what she was referring to, like, let's look at Marilyn Monroe. I mean, she's clearly not someone who we could really take much from, because this poor woman was mistreated. She was used by Hollywood. She lived from what it seems like from her past videos, a really terrible life. She was on
Miserable.
antidepressants. Yeah, she was miserable. And she also allegedly committed suicide. So I don't think, people who look up to these kind of people, for me, I wonder about where their own mindset is, because if I'm going to take any kind of beneficial knowledge from someone, it's definitely someone who would have had a productive life, not someone who, sold themselves in order to
But the
gain
image,
validation.
the thing is, but this is what we live in nowadays, where women sell themselves to get validation. With stuff with Instagram, such things as OnlyFans. This is what it is. This is what it led up to, and I think Marilyn Monroe was a pioneer. I think she was ahead of her time. Do you get where I'm coming from,
Of
sister? I
course.
think I think she would have slitted in. She would have fitted in nicely in this type of generation. But when you say people used her, is that مشكلة for most حبلها, عادوا قرح بلن? Is that the route they go into? Not
Okay,
learning how to cultivate. Sorry, I had to use one of your words. Cultivate their femininity. Is this the route that they go in?
of
Especially in this
course.
time of age that we live in, sis. Go on, carry on.
Of course, because if you're, firstly, let's talk about all of these things that we seem to attach to. They give us instant gratification. So if I'm now posting something on social media, in however way I expose myself, and someone gives me a like, it's an actual psychological process. I have hormones, dopamines that get released, chemicals, happy chemicals that get released into my body. So of course it's a quick fix, it's a quick hit. And the thing is, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Allah blessed everybody in different ways. So as a sister, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed you with beauty, first and foremost, Allahumma barik, we should
MashaAllah.
be
Allahumma barik.
yeah, we should be grateful. And secondly, we should utilize that beauty and that gift that we've been given by the mercy of Allah in a way where it's not to cause fitna, and not in a way where it's to cause more disharmony to the universe. So, yeah, you could say people sell themselves. I mean, to be honest, there's equal responsibility. Yes, there's a point where maybe when you're young and you're naive and you're vulnerable, and you get noticed, because that's the need that drives a lot of people, is to be seen and heard. So if you've got something that you don't have to work for, because if you get beauty, you didn't go and work for it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave it to you. And now the people who don't have it, as long as you have enough cash in your pocket, you can also buy, the bum injections and the butt injections, all the other enhancements that are out there surgically and cosmetically. So of course it's a very sad way of looking at things, because all we're doing is focusing on appearance, which is not beneficial, because that's not just the only thing that we
But
have
is
to
that,
offer.
but is that the image just because of the beauty? Is that the image of, like, for a typical man? I think, isn't that part of the package though?
Say that again,
Isn't
sorry.
that Isn't that part of the package? Isn't that part of the beauty and the package? Do you get where I'm coming from, sis? The femininity, that way that the woman's talking about, the way that she's walking, the way that she's looking. Isn't that what most men? I don't know. Most men that think that's what femininity looks like to me. And for her to
Well,
utilize her femininity, is that should she be scrutinized? Like some of the guys in the chat are scrutinizing her. Maybe some girls, I looked in the comment section, that actually kind of rip into women like this. But what is she really doing that's wrong, if you don't mind me asking? It's
um,
apart from the adverts bit, what else is she doing wrong? If she's telling women to be more high value, how to attract a man, how to improve yourself, shouldn't women actually support that instead of actually saying, "Oh, she's just looking for validation"?
well, the thing is, to be honest, your question is very loaded. But if we just again make it a bit more simple, or simplify it, I would say it's very problematic what she's doing. And I feel like the fact that nowadays we are so blinded to the truth of things is actually quite alarming. Because for me, a woman who would dress in a very provocative way, and who would basically just expose herself and display her beauty in such a way to be able to tell you now how to get a man, it's almost given you the green light, per se, to be able to, she's saying to you, this is the only way. dress like
Mhm.
this, talk like this, shake your hips, sway your hips this way and that way, put on red lipstick. But then at the same time, okay, so you get the man, now what? What are you meant to do? I mean, I'm sure if we go into her channel and look at all the other videos she's got, I don't think we'd find her talking about how to keep a man, or when trouble's here, or when people go through difficulties in relationships, or when you're pregnant, and your body changes, or when you have marital issues. Like, what do you do? It's all fair and dandy to package everything very beautifully, but when inside is hollow and it's empty and there's nothing else to offer other than your beauty, then for me that's an issue. And I
But then
would.
again, isn't that a self-esteem issue for every woman to sort out? But if she's saying, yeah, some of the chicks and the trays that she's giving out there can bag you the guy, is that a bad thing? Especially if women nowadays want to be looked after, women want to be treated like females, women want to be adored, women want to be housewives. And the only way to do that is by, upping your game. And if you've upped your game and you've got the means, well, to support that individual female lifestyle, and she's being a total female about her and it's attracting you, well, is she really doing something wrong then?
Well, firstly,
If
Huna,
she's
let's
getting a
look at.
package. Go
Well,
ahead.
firstly, let's look at the kind of man she's going to be attracting. I mean, for your expression as well, I'm sure, and for majority of the men, yes, men would be like, oh God, astaghfirullah, this, that, and the other. But we can't help, women tend to appease to the man's gaze. So for me, I would really question, well, what kind of a man would you get anyways? Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying what she's the overall message that she's trying to give is a bad thing. I think femininity is something that innately Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala placed within us. We do love to be creative. We do love to wear beautiful things. That's why women are like, the most spenders when it comes to our economy. So of course, women are there to beautify themselves. But for me, when that beauty is now outside of the home for every single man's gaze, it's problematic, because now you're not fulfilled internally. Rather, you're going out to seek approval and validation of other people. And that's why you dress a certain way and you talk a certain way, is because you want a reaction. For me, I would much prefer if you did all of those things, but that wasn't what you led with. If you led with just sexuality, then that's literally all you're going to get as a woman. You're going to get men that are going to be attracted to your body, and literally they wouldn't care less what's in your brain, what's in your heart. And once they use and take advantage of you, and then they see another another woman who's far more younger or more attractive, or has a different color hair, or whatever it is, best believe their eyes are definitely going to be looking somewhere else. So that's why Islamically, I love the principles that we build on when it comes to looking for a future spouse. That's why women cover up in Islam. It's not that. And if you're saying that what she's doing is not problematic in some ways, then I would say, well, clearly Islam tells us it is problematic, because women are taught to have modesty, to cover themselves.
But obviously, clearly, the woman that we were just watching the video watching, she's not a Muslim in it, and
But that's the
majority of the world,
problem.
but not. Yeah, to us it's a problem. Maybe to her, because she's not a Muslim in it, she might not see that as a problem from her angles. But for us, I totally understand where you're coming from. But I'm looking at it as from a general perspective. If okay, say if she was Muslim and she was Asturnej and she was saying the same things, would that still be a problem to most women? If she's trying to teach women, well, if you're elegant, you talk like this way, you walk like this way, you keep your appearance up, sunnah thai, ma'abba.
No, I think that's
I
a
don't think
very
that's a aib.
valid. Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a very valid
Because if
point.
you just slap a hijab and a niqam on her, and her name was Naima or Hafsa or something, and she was just saying the same thing, would you be more leaning towards her side in that aspect? Would you be like, oh, she's kind of talking sense?
Well, to be honest, I'm a bit confused, if I'm honest, Khalid, because for me, I thought we were actually talking about the
Femininity.
the problems of society, and how femininity is almost hijacked to just be one way. Now, I'm not saying what she's saying is wrong. Like I said, I totally agree. I think it's a positive thing. But for you to do that, firstly, she's making money off of it.
Yes.
Secondly, she's misguiding other young women, impressionable minds, and she's make believing or telling them in certain ways that this is all you have to offer. You know, okay, yeah, you can have standards, but yet, you know, what standards do you have if you're sitting there with a, you know, a body hugging dress, and you're telling me as a woman, make yourself available to a man, and this is where, you know, a man will give you what you want. Of course he's going to give me what I want, going back to the question you asked me about Steve Harvey, because that's what men want. So if, of course, if I'm going to put what they want on a silver plate for them, then how am I now, you know, going to say I'm not going to get what I want from them? Of course I'm going to get what I want. But my issue is what happens then? You know, what happens when there's STDs? What happens when your heart gets broken? What happens when you have unplanned pregnancy? What happens when that man decides that he doesn't want to marry you now that he's test driven everything? Like, what happens when all of these things, and not only that, what about the spiritual consequence? You know, what about the problems you're going to face in the akhirah that you have to explain to Allah with? Like, all of these things are, there's, it's like you don't even know where to start with them. For me, her overall message, as you put it, it is beautiful. I think as women we should do more to be able to upkeep and maintain ourselves. But what I have an issue with is when you're now packaging something that is self-profiting in order to make me believe that this is the right path that I should also take. Because clearly, whatever issues you have, I'm going to face it a million times more. And on top of that, if we're talking about it from an Islamic perspective, it goes against everything Islam teaches us as women.
I hear that. I hear that. And I totally respect that. But I'm just trying to look at it from an angle where, okay, from your perspective as a Muslim woman, as a fellow Somali sister, what do you, what is your aspect on it? How would you, say if you were in her situation, vice versa, how would you kind of break it down from your aspect of what the message that she was trying to give out?
Well, firstly, Alhamdulillah, I'm not her. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guided me.
Alhamdulillah.
And may Allah guide her, inshallah, and forgive us all. Allahumma ameen. The way I would, I guess, portray or maybe present this kind of same or similar message that she's obviously trying to do, is to say, well, let's look at femininity. You know, what is femininity at its core? And like I said, it's something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave to us. And there's also something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave to a man. Now, in order to live in a cohesive, you know, harmonious world, we both need to upkeep, right? We both need to take on and play our roles that we are assigned to. Now, granted, there's some women and there's some men that, by the will of Allah, have various different, you know, energies when it comes to the masculine and feminine. Some women might be naturally a lot more masculine, and some men might naturally be more feminine, right? And there's nothing bad about that. Is everything is mizan, right? Is balance. Allah doesn't create things without a purpose. So the message that how I would convey this message would be, firstly, do not lead with your body and your body alone, because that is not how you get, firstly, any kind of respect for yourself or from a man. Secondly, I would say there's three components to it. So there's the mental, there's the physical, and there's also the heart. So if a woman is connecting with a man just on the mental side of things, it could be quite difficult at first. But I think that is the initial way to go, is to find out, are you two compatible? and you don't need to display. And because once you get married, inshallah, he's going to see what you have going on, right? He's going to enjoy the benefits of the beauty that Allah's given you, and vice versa. So the best thing to do is to cultivate personality, like cultivate a good character, a good conduct. These are the things that are intangible, because no one's going to be 25 forever. No one's going to have perky everything. We're all going to be changing as we get older and evolve, and play all these different different characters that we need to play, if you want to call it, like being a mother and being a wife, being a grandmother. So we're all going to change, inshallah. So the first thing to do is lead with your heart, and your heart is connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that's the relationship you first need to establish. And once that's done, in the meantime, just as importantly, you also have to maintain your body. Take health classes, like go to, if there's any women's activities that are going on locally, get yourself into a good shape, keep your physique up. We know that men are very visual, so in that regard, even as a woman, I would say women are visual too nowadays, because we want a man that has a six-pack, we want a man that's like 6 foot tall or 6'1". So everybody has different needs and wants. So for me, it's all about the individual process and healing as well. Heal the wounds that you have. Be
You're saying
present.
work on yourself
Yeah, definitely.
as a female, because a lot of female, like, I think one other thing a lot of men kind of I don't know, highlight nowadays is this whole I'm scorned, I got baggages, rare, rare, rare. Do you think that hinders a woman's femininity?
Absolutely. Subhanallah. Like, I could not tell you how much that hinders a woman's growth when it comes to cultivating the arts of being feminine.
Mm-hmm.
It has a massive, massive impact, because think of it this way: those wounds, those past traumas, those past experiences, the fear that you're worried about the future. Would you get married? How are you going to survive? Where are you going to live? What kind of work are you going to get into? All of these things they all stem from shaitan, right? We have shaitan that's his tactic. He uses our wounds and our pain to make us feel despair, where we actually go to the point where we're on our knees and we have to now go out into the world to seek validation, to seek approval. And shaitan wants us to be infested with suffering. And there's two things that I noticed that prevent a woman's growth when it comes to femininity. Excuse me, it's suffering and it's seeking validation. And I think once you master those two things in an individual process, then inshallah, you will be a lot more closer to your goals and to your desires.
I hear that, definitely. I've got another video. It's another take on femininity. Should we watch that? Let the audience, and then we break into this one a bit more.
Inshallah. Hopefully it's a covered up one, yeah?
There's
There's no naked women.
There's no naked women. I guarantee you, no naked women in this one. No naked women, yeah?
Inshallah.
Okay, no.
Okay.
Inshallah. Okay.
Femininity is chaos. Effeminacy is chaos. Femininity, as beautiful as it is, as attractive as it is, it's chaos. Women are chaos. That's why we have events like this. Women don't have events about how to understand men. Because for the most part, we're in order. We're usually very predictable, unless we're effeminate. We got the minds of our mother, like Jesse would say. And we are emotional and we're acting like women, and then you can't figure them out. But when a man's being a man, he's very clear. It's very obvious, very cut and dry. Women, chaos. So the good news is that although we're living in a time of chaos, which is very evident, there's a future. Let's step into the present for just a moment before I talk more about that future. Will Durant says that a nation is born stoic, strong, and dies Epicurean. Anybody know what that means? Stoicism is kind of trending right now because there's a movement. Patriarchy is coming. There's a sense that something's going to change. It's very obvious. You might not see it, but you can feel it. And the fact that Stoicism's on the rise in a way means that it's coming. But Epicurean, there's no question about it. I don't think I need to go into the details of it. I did it in my first talk, but we know that men are suffering. Men are losing right now. Suicide rates, drug addiction, prison, regardless of what the TV say, because if you ever want to know the truth, do the opposite or believe the opposite of what the media says. Women make more than men. Women have more degrees than men. So it's topsy-turvy right now. We live in, like I say, diabolical disorientation. Up is down, down is up. What's good is bad. You ever notice that? When you speak up about what's right, you're wrong. And what's wrong is right. But you can't say nothing about that because there's been a giant, massive ideological subversion that has us all ridiculously brainwashed. I got so much I want to say. I'm going to get to that in a moment, but let's stick right here. Epicurean. Anybody know why they call it Epicurean? What's Epicurean? Who's Epicurus? What's Epicurus's philosophy all about? Nobody knows, right? But you heard the quote. Pleasure. 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 Anybody know the definition of effeminacy? The addiction to pleasure. Effeminacy is different than sloth because sloth is more an aversion to what's hard. I don't want to do it. It's too difficult. It's too hard. It's too challenging, too austere, too tough. I ain't going to do it. That's bad enough to be slothful. That's sinful enough to be a sloth. But to be effeminate is not just an aversion to what's hard, but an attachment, an addiction, a holding on to pleasure. In the time of chaos, when things are topsy-turvy, when effeminacy reigns because we live in a matriarchy, men are effeminate. There's 4 kinds of effeminacy according to St. Thomas Aquinas. First form of effeminacy is sensual effeminacy, addiction to food. Obesity is off the hook. I think I said in my last talk something like 66% of men are obese or overweight. In contrast to women, it's only about 54%, but everybody's fat as fuck. Sensual effeminacy is associated with good feelings through drugs, food, video games, sleeping in, jerking off, watching porn. All that. Addiction to sex. Need that sucky, sucky, mommy, mommy, licky, licky, pussy, pussy. So addicted that women reign. The only reason why women are, look, this is a pattern. And my whole point of the talk here is about the pattern. But the pattern does us and we do the pattern also. It's doing us and we're doing it. So we got to take responsibility for it, but at the same time it's happening. One of the things that we're doing, what we've allowed happen, is for women to rule over us with what? Their one true value. A woman is valuable for what she is. A man is valuable for what he can do. You can't let that rule. But we have. So, sensual effeminacy, emotional effeminacy. What is that? You know what they're teaching kids in school right now? You know what they're teaching our boys in school right now? 2 + 2 = 4 only if you feel like it. How does that make you feel? All about feelings. I think we've been fucked by feelings because they keep telling us to be vulnerable, and it's a lie. They want us to be more like women. Being vulnerable is not masculine. It's emasculating, effeminate. Oh, I feel moody, stuck in a mood, depressed. Men ain't supposed to be fucking depressed. You could feel shit, but you can't sink into a mood. You can't let it be stuck to you. It's a damn shame to see a depressed man, because that means he let himself become inflated and deflated. He's attached to the high and he crumbles with the low. Because a part of emotional effeminacy is not just depression, but it's also the elation that precedes the depression. Before every depression, there is an inflation. Check yourself out. Check yourself out before you go on a date, and how giddy you are and excited you are, and you're thinking about what's going to happen before it even fucking happens. Think about when you see a girl before you even talk to her, you already married her. Think about coming to an event like this. Before you even get to the event, you already know what's going to happen. Guess what? You're fucking inflated, because when you get here, somebody's going to pop your bubble. Now depressed. Attachment to feelings, effeminacy. Then you have intellectual effeminacy.
Hello.
Hello.
You there, sis?
Yes, I'm here. Alhamdulillah.
What did you think about that? Deflative, attachive, depression, and the points that some of the brothers was going through?
I mean, there's some things that were quite valid, and there's
I thought it was
also
about femininity. I think he just took it to him. I don't know. I thought that
Yeah.
video was going to be. Yeah, he took it. He spun it
Into-
round.
to a completely different direction. And I mean, the thing that bothers me is when we almost say one is as if it's a bad thing and another is more praiseworthy. That's where I think I have the issue with, because we know that, you know, we have there's roles, right? Like, I'm going to keep saying this, I think, throughout the video. There's roles that we have, and those roles, there's certain traits and attributes that come with those roles, but they're not as rigid as what society tells us that they are. So we know that when we have an untamed masculinity where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not, you know, the focal point of where he needs to answer to, then there comes this tyranny and almost what's like an oppression type of energy that comes with an untamed masculine. And if we also flip it on the other head of the coin with an untamed feminine, there comes this possessiveness and this lack of self-esteem and self-awareness. And with that, there's almost this, you know, need to be able to this manipulation that seems to happen with the feminine, where it's very passive, but yet it's very very toxic at the same time. So I think we should really move away from trying to be very rigid with these types of ebbs and flows of the energies that we both as men and women hold within ourselves. And I think for women, you know, they should also just as equally develop their masculine side, but they shouldn't lead with their masculine. They should lead with their feminine, because that's their natural disposition.
Hold
And
up. Iman can't go below my tay.
oh my
Women
goodness,
lead you.
okay.
Come on, sister. You know I hate this, innit? Yeah. You said women should learn their masculinity, but don't lead about it. Should women just drop masculinity out totally. It doesn't suit them. It's not them. Kedaya. Go ahead, sister.
I think we're misunderstanding each other.
No,
So,
I think we are big
firstly,
time.
we both hold both energies. So, as a man right now, you have a masculine and a feminine. When you're not balanced, you can go more towards the masculine. And when you are in the masculine, sometimes, like I said, when there's not a when it's not governed by the premises of Islam and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it's very destructive, it's very oppressive. We look at the world around us now, right? And clearly we can say, yes, there's masculinity and patriarchal and all of these systems that are leading, but yet we have chaos in the world. And just as equally, we can look at the women and we can say, well, okay, women seem to be out seeking, approval, wanting to be like men. They have this very toxic understanding of what it is to be a woman. So, and it's done in a very covert way, right? Where it's like the video before we watched, where you dress everything up, make it look very pretty, in order to attract like a bee to honey, but then afterwards you almost become this snake like personality, where we have these these unharmonious relationships that we seem to be cultivating. So when I say a woman needs to cultivate her masculine, I don't mean she needs to be a man, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, her natural disposition is a woman. She can't be a man. She doesn't have a penis, and a man doesn't have a vagina, so he can't be a woman. Like there's certain hormones, that govern our body, that govern our psyche. So we are very much grounded. But if we have just leave the feminine on her own and she doesn't cultivate, then she is almost vulnerable and susceptible to predators, right? So this is why it's important. Like, even if we look at Islam, women weren't just passive participants, right? They fought war, they did things, they, fought against, along with the prophet. They were the
Sallallahu alaihi
prophet.
wasallam.
They were the prophet's place of peace and contentment and sakina for him. And just as equally, the men were out doing all the other stuff as well, but they were also taking care of their homes, and they were taking care of the needs of their family. So it's not something to, for me personally, I mean, everyone has an opinion on things, but from my humble perspective, I think it's very important for a woman to be able to lead with her feminine, but at the same time be very much grounded in her heart space. And her heart space is where you require boundaries, where you require like you can have discernment. What man is good for you, what man isn't good for you, is to understand, sometimes there are predators out there, but at the same time, and especially if a woman hasn't had a father figure, or if a woman hasn't had any kind of input from a male family member or someone to guide her, then it's actually even more important for her to be able to find the balance where she can also participate in the world and be productive, and not be timid and shy and just sit somewhere because that's the definition of what we have to be a woman. It doesn't work like that. Women are the forefront of a lot of the issues around the world, and that takes guts, that takes strength, that takes you speaking out against oppression. We know, even Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one thing that holds the ummah together is to forbid the evil and enjoin the good. So if I'm now feminine and I'm meant to be docile and timid, and I shouldn't be challenging, or I shouldn't do this, then of course people are just going to run through you. There's no form of but my thing is, when you meet people that are very much grounded in their natural disposition, their natural roles, the roles are not rigid. The roles can be ebb and flow. And that's where I think with the West, the problem is either all or nothing. Is either you become a man, or you challenge a man. you know, and you do it in a covert way. And I think that's very
I
toxic.
think. Do you think that's causing an uplift, especially per se in our community per se, where you're saying how society just what you just said there? Do you think that's causing a major disbalance?
Sorry, say that again. I was just
What?
reading the comment. What did you say?
Yeah, what you just said there. Like when you said the balance just now, just that last bit you said, well, that you were talking about.
When I said about the balance, sorry, what was the question?
The balance, I totally forgot. I think I was looking at the question as well, innit? Yeah, I totally forgot all. I was looking at just you just said something interesting there, and it just flew past my head. Just the last bit of that statement that you were just saying. I had a question, you know them ones, but anywho, forget it's gone.
Inshallah.
Yeah. Someone said, "Where is this patriarchy you speak of?"
Look around. That's all I have to say. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about like from an Islamic perspective per se, even though we do have a certain hierarchical, especially if we're not following Islam the right way, we do fall into these rigid kind of systems. But yeah, just look around you. I mean, let's look at the world. Subhanallah. At the balance. Oh, I said something about, or Khalid said something about the balance.
Yeah. I think you were saying something about the balance, and then I had a question.
Hmm.
It just went out of my head, and then I was just looking at the question again. Another ones. You were saying something just towards the ends about the balance between a man and a woman, and I had a question lined up that I wanted to speak about, but it just flew out of my mind. It's that
Maybe it will come to
totally.
you.
Yeah, it'll come back to me.
So then let me ask you a question. I mean,
Go ahead. On.
how do you, I mean, what how do you define femininity as a man?
As a man, wow,
Yeah, or what, I guess,
wow.
what attracts you maybe. I don't know if that is the correct question, but what's
For
your
me,
thought on femininity?
femininity is just a woman that knows how to be a woman, the art of a woman. Do you get where I'm coming from, Mololo?
Yeah.
I could tell you what is not femininity. It's the combativeness, this whole sense of I know right when you clearly don't know. Do you get where I'm coming from, sis? Where you just I don't know whether you feel like a man's presence it intimidates you, and I've seen that in a lot of sisters where they just can't handle real men. Like once you switch on the real side, it's just literally make sure it's yeah. You get where I'm coming from? Or maybe they haven't been cultivated to be a woman, and yeah, just a woman that knows the art of being a woman. Wallah. Like you could just sense when there's a humble woman around you. Like you feel it, you know it. You could just sense it as a man. You're like, your masculinity comes out. It's like,
Mm.
yeah, this is a woman, which is very rare nowadays. Like you're saying, women have been taught to compete, be men. So that's about it. And someone said, I think Faz says innocence, humbleness, and intelligence is attractive. For me, I
Yeah,
don't know.
definitely.
For me, it's the pure essence of how can I? I think men will know. I think this is the type of question I think men will understand this. And like the guy said in the video, where men are just very simple, where women are just so multi complicated, and I just don't get that. Is it something that you've been taught? Or we're complicated, we're sitting your ankle, realistically, you're very simplistic.
Mm. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll give you a
Yeah. So maybe I have like a little bit of a definition maybe that might help. So imagine two world-class tango dancers. So I'm sure people know, right, what tango is. Tango
Yeah.
dancers, right? And think of it this way. So I don't know if you see, but sometimes if you've seen them, the moment they step into the floor, they drop like literally into such a deep connection that becomes where he becomes her leader and she becomes his flow. His shoulders are back, his spine is straight, and his relaxed strength gives her the confidence to fully surrender her hold of herself and sinks into his embrace. So for me, when I think of feminine and masculine, the dance that kind of orchestrates between them, I would definitely use those two in order to be able to use that
As you,
example.
I think, as you said, the yin and the yang working in sync. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. So it's like you naturally, and I think you also alluded to it just now, where you said, when you feel the presence of a woman, that there is this, there's this feeling like you automatically feel like you get ignited, your manliness almost gets ignited to be courteous, to protect, to provide, to be of some kind of service. And she also reciprocates the same feeling by not being challenging, by her almost and I'm talking about a healthy, I'm not talking about just general people that we see. I'm talking about people that have really cultivated the masculine and the feminine. When they meet each other, is like I said, it's the polarity where you have the negative and the positive, and as soon as you connect them, they almost create this charge that is very magnetic, subhanallah, and very captivating as well.
Definitely. Like I said, you could just sense it and you know what time it is. What do you think about this? That Mustafa said that it should never be switched on and off.
No, definitely, I agree. I think, Mustafa, I'm not sure if you were maybe at the beginning of the stream, but I did say it's an art. So femininity, from my definition, is an art, and in that art, it's a way of being. So it's a way of being as a woman. It's not something that I can switch off because I'm angry at you, or I can turn on because I'm happy with you. It definitely doesn't work like that. It's a energy that is embodied. So it's an embodiment, and it literally is like your being. So I would agree with that.
But what do you think on certain females switch it on and off? Is that kind of disastrous as well?
Yeah, that basically means that they are not self-aware, first and foremost, and they are falling into the whole manipulative kind of and I'm not saying this to say they do it deliberately. Is
So say
I
if
think
someone is self-aware, say if someone's self-aware, some women use that as, like Musu said, it's a superpower. But say if they become super villains and use that against you, like switching it off on and off when they choose to.
well, that is not a feminine woman in my books.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not a feminine woman. That is someone who is quite selfish and very self-centered, and they do it in order to get responses out of people, whether it's to benefit them or not. But they do it, they definitely don't do it in a way that is, because the thing is, when we look at femininity is an asset. She's not a liability. So femininity is not challenging in the way, especially when she comes into contact with a masculine, someone who sits in there and who's refined their masculine energy. And also for a woman, she has to refine and cultivate her feminine energy. And like I said, these are things that we tap um, once we understand the whole concept of it. It's like a plug. We plug into it, and you wouldn't want to be in any other way in terms of your state of being, because you're so centered and it's peaceful. It's the feeling that you get as a woman is that yes, okay, people might annoy you when you're in your feminine, but it doesn't take you out of character. It's like when someone is honest, they don't, if they lie because they don't want to hurt people's feelings, or if they lie because they want their own needs to be met, and they try to use it in a way to manipulate people, for me, that's not someone who's honest. I wouldn't attribute the word honesty to someone like that, because you can't be honest one minute and then be disingenuous the other. You're not authentic.
And is that causing havoc nowadays because they're not authentic and they're not being true to them in itself, and they're using this as a tool? Isn't that destructive on both sides?
But
Malala.
yeah, I think if we really look at the truth of it, it's easy, I think, to say that, sometimes it plays in our own favor to play the victim and to say that, these people are doing it because they know what they're doing. But if I'm completely honest, nobody would be that self-destructive if they knew the harm that it causes them. So I would like to give people the benefit of the doubt and say that they're unconscious. That would be my premise or stance on the matter. I don't think anybody does it deliberately, and if they do it deliberately, then clearly that's not someone who follows Islam, because even our teaching from Islamic perspective, it teaches us to, Islam is a way of life, and a lot of these things that we're sharing today, it actually, it enhances. Islam is meant to enhance those qualities within us.
I've got a question. What do you think about this question on the board for you by Mustafa?
Toxic femininity exists. It's very distinct and is used for manipulation. Definitely it is. And like I said, also just to reiterate, Mustafa Muslim, is people do things because they have a need, right? So however way that need comes about for them, is easy for us to judge them and to say, yes, this person is toxic and this person is this. But I would like to say, what if the person's never been taught? If you have a choice and you deliberately choose to be malicious and to be a very horrible human being, then clearly there's something wrong within your psyche. There is something that you really need to take to Allah and pray about and ask Allah to rectify your affairs, because someone who's genuine and who's seeking, someone who's a seeker of knowledge and a seeker of truth, they would, if they don't know and they've made mistakes, once the truth, they find it, or something resonates with them, they will gravitate towards that, because that would be a better way of living. You can't, it's like someone has a house and they choose to go and sleep in the subways. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. What about this next question? Are the panel talking about sensitivity or femininity? I'm confused. Well, sister, you've been with us, G Marley, on the chat for a hot minute. I think we're talking about femininity. But what do you on that note?
To be honest, they both.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead, sis. Come through.
Femininity, like I said, it has multi layers. So being seductive is actually a key component of being a feminine. And that's again a natural way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us in. But it's about using that to enhance humanity, i.e., you need a man to mate with, a husband, so you can have children, so you can procreate, and all of those things, inshallah. So yeah, seductiveness, to be honest, we all do, we're all seductive in other ways. Like, even you need the art of seduction in a business meeting, because if you are going to an environment where you have to negotiate, you have to also, you have to be charismatic, you have to be charming, you have to have a sense of influence on people, for people to want to work with you, for people to buy off you. So we're constantly seducing one another every single day, whether we realize it or not. But we almost attribute this to women because we want to say, oh yeah, women use that because they want to manipulate men. And yeah, definitely, given a lot of, some women do that, and a lot might as well. But I'm saying, is it conscious? And if it is, well, we're having this conversation now to, inshallah, educate people, and for them to also go and educate themselves, because we're all learning, right? We're all learning things, alhamdulillah.
I mean, on that note, I want to introduce brother Ibrahim. Big up brother Ridley in the pitch. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam, brother.
MashaAllah. MashaAllah. So this is a trailblazing discussion there tonight. MashaAllah. Very.
Come on, me and sister.
Very
Practice makes perfect, man.
Very
Hopefully, me and her keep.
MashaAllah.
Yeah, well, come on. We've got more to come, inshallah, for you guys. Anyway, inshallah, we're going to be in the lab work Holt's working, trying to bring in more subjects like this. And
Great,
again,
great,
like I said to everyone, she's
great
got
discussion.
the amazing content on her channel. She drops it regularly. So yeah, in the chat right now, go subscribe to In Antenna. Carry on, Ibs. What do you think? Throw your 2 cents in there, my brother.
Yeah, I don't know where to start. I mean, I would just say, I think so. We're just talking about, when we talk about femininity, we're talking about qualities or aspects of women that are specifically exclusive to women. Like the nurturing, the nurturing quality that they have, the ability to give, obviously, to give birth. They're very good at being supportive, and they're very caring, mashallah. So the qualities that are very kind of specific to women. I think is it fair to say that's what we're really, what we're discussing tonight, from what I can gather.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, is that what so I mean, I would, so I mean, I think, when you look at, I think some of the issues we have in the community, obviously stem from, when we're talking about the family and, marriage and all that. I think they stem from, the view society has on women. It's like, I think their view on gender is based on I think, conflict, competition, and power relations. There's always, there's always some sort of, you're in a counterproductive position to, or the woman is in a counterproductive position to the man, which is, it's not healthy at all. So I think we, the value of, we're not, man and women are not in conflict with each other. We're not in competition. We're there to complement each other and to help each other and to support
But
each
do you
other.
think society set
Yeah.
us up against
That's what I'm saying.
competing with each other?
Some of the, so I'm saying a lot of the issues we have in, in our marriages and, generally, in relationships, they stem from the way, the genders are viewed, especially the woman is viewed, or the role of a woman is viewed, and it's very kind of, it's conflict driven. It's all about power and hierarchy, and dominion and domination and all that. We're in obviously in our culture, in our religion, it's cooperation, isn't it? It's collaboration, it's cooperation, it's love, it's supporting each other, it's complementary. You complement each other. You share your wide experience, your experiences to make, to live a more fulfilling, more richer life. That sort of thing.
Sorry, I don't know what happened there, but
Oh, sorry,
inshallah.
yeah, so good. Sorry, go.
Yeah, but definitely I agree. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, there's somehow this, this, and also the other thing I was going to add was that it's somehow, it's when people talk about success, when success success is for women is somehow framed in such a way that basically puts her in direct competition with a man. Like you have to lose. She has to lose her femininity in order for her to be successful, or suppress her femininity in order to be successful. It's like, that's the thing. That's kind of, you got, if the man goes out to work, you got to work as well, because that's what makes a success, a successful woman or whatnot. It's a bit, so it's also like, it's also what it's defining what qualifies, what amounts to success, what's considered a success as well, because somehow the
So
more.
are we talking about the success of a man or a success of a woman now? What defines both
No,
of
no, I'm
them?
just saying. Yeah, it kind of. I think it's related, isn't it? I think somehow some it's I think in it kind of in modern liberal society somehow it's for a woman to be successful she has to do what a man does, or she has to aggressively compete with a man. She whoever so that's I think that's also part of the problem, isn't it? That's somehow women are
Somali
being listed.
feminazi said it's always a good idea to name it. That's why you laugh, isn't it? Well, you're not going She said that's why it's good to name your child Ibrahim. Common says always Ibrahim is a panelist that comes with a fire. Comes with fire. But yeah. So sister told have you got any points that to raise that what brother Ibrahim saying?
Yeah, I mean anybody can. Yeah, just my little 2 pence worth, I guess.
Yeah, no, throw your 2 cents in there, man. The boy Ridley, we're gonna tell me his connection's working.
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Okay, you perfectly. Tell him your connection's on point.
My connection's on point, man. You know what I mean? We got new data, you know what I'm saying? So we good now.
We're good, baby. Drop it. Throw your 2 cents in the conversation. I know you've been listening. What's your thoughts?
I don't know. My internet was screwed up. I don't even know what you guys are saying, but just judging by the title, to be honest, man, it's hopeless. You know what I mean? Like, I personally don't. I think it's all gonna collapse, man. I don't think so. I think that a lot of people are divided. As society becomes more liberal and more progressive, the more there's a disconnect between the genders. You know what I mean? I think women don't like to be led by men. I just said let it take its course and let them. Let's see what happens. We all know the red pill movement is gonna. Everything they say it's gonna be true. We all know it's just gonna be. They're gonna have the money. They're gonna have the crib, but no man. 42 would not even no cat. You know what I mean? She's gonna be alone with their books. That's what's gonna happen, fam. You know what I'm trying to say?
Why would you say that? Why do you think that's gonna happen?
Because that's just how it is. Who wants to put up with these females, bro? A lot of these Muslim chicks, one thing I see a lot is that for galos or converts, they act traditional, but for their own kind, they want a modern marriage. So let's say if I go talk to a Somali chick, right? Because I'm Somali, and if I talk, she's gonna want to be modern with me, 50-50, but with a white man, she's traditional, or with a non-galo, I'm like, every time I see them with another dude, I'm like, why is this? I thought you guys want a mod 50-50. Why are you traditional with this galo? But for me, nah, no cooking, no cleaning. She's gonna be argumentative. You know what I'm trying to say? This is why this is why you see guys like Apti Sharobo. Shout out to him. People like him. If they're successful, they take their bag and they leave. Majority of guys that I know, they take their bag and they leave. They take their talents to South Beach. If you know what I'm saying.
Do you think? Why do you think that is? Do you think? Because I think recently we were watching something. We're saying that we compared first world women and first world women in the Middle East, in first world Arab countries, and the disparity of how these lot are unhappy. And do you think that plays a part of women not knowing their femininity, especially in the West?
I mean, honestly, I don't really know, to be honest. Like but one thing I do know is that I don't think, like, people are gonna be compatible. Like, you see it in every country. You see a lot of people that they're disconnected. I don't know what the reason. I mean, do what's good for you. If you want a modern woman, date a modern woman. If you want there's no tradition. Like I said multiple weeks ago, a couple weeks ago, bro. Traditionalism is dead, bro. You get ready to put on an apron. These women like feminine men. They like a guy that like cooks and cleans, that does all that whack shit. Ain't nobody got time for that, man. We basically doing 14-hour shifts.
So I have a question for Ridley, if that's all right. Salaam alaikum, brother.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, wallahi, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Can't complain, you know what I mean? Just eating good food.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. So, like, hearing everything that you shared, I mean, I can, I guess, in some way imagine like what you must have experienced or what you must have heard or seen, right? For you to have this much of a, not despair, but almost this kind of reluctant for change that might, happen. And firstly, I just wanted to say, like, if we are saying that, we're Muslims, at the end of the day, we know that things happen in, compared to certain ways. We know that we have Dujjal that's coming. There's loads of things that coming closer to the hour that we will be witnessing. And definitely one of them is right now what we're witnessing, which is the odds with men and women, the men becoming women, the women becoming men. This almost uproar of what it really means to be a woman and a man. It's almost this a disharmony, like this disconnection, as you referenced it to. So the only thing that for me, I mean, I don't know how much you know of the Quran, but I mean, I don't know a lot, just to put it out there, but there is a verse that really struck a chord with me, and I can't remember even exactly where it is in the Quran. I think it's Surah Nur or Al Nur, something like that. Anyways, Allah knows best, but it's mentioned that for good women is good men, and for good men there's good women. So in regards to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us, is that there are good men and there are good women, but there's also bad men and bad women. But if we, like you said, do you, if we concentrate on ourselves and we try to do the best that we can with the, with the availabilities and the resources that we have, then inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would be able to provide someone that is good for us, inshallah. So maybe it's not a question. I think I've phrased it wrong, but it's more of a statement, inshallah, that I just wanted to say.
I mean, yeah, yeah, I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying, but the point still stands. Like, you know what I mean? We can all take the analytical stats and see where this is going, but we all know, like, even the stats were saying from certain, like, I forgot where it was, but they're saying, like, by 2030, 2035, we live in the baby mama generation. I don't know if women have, all the Western world, women are raising children. Children are more, they identify more with their mother than their father, which was in history has never been seen before. 150 years, 100 to 50 years ago, people were identifying with their fathers. Like that's who you were. Like, you are with your daddy. The majority of the world works like that. Now today, everyone's raised by a single mom or a baby moms. Women are just using men for their seed. That's all there is to it. You know what I mean? There's no family. The nuclear family has been attacked. Since World War II. This is what it is. You know what I mean? It's the this is the, I mean, if you're a Muslim man, I don't know why you would be in the Western world, like a real practicing Muslim. Like you go to the masjid, you wear your khamis like you want. Like why are you living in a country where people are fornicating, drinking alcohol, and the female counterparts from your country or from your society are more loyal to white liberal ideologies, or more liberal, or to the white liberal daddy, as I say. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's like, that's why they always see in those social media, they make fun of men that go back to marry within their own native land. Like how does that pop? But they say nothing to the white man that goes to the Philippines or Thailand. Even that type of stuff is happening to countries like Ethiopia. You know what I mean? They don't happen to that much, but they happen in Morocco too, as a Muslim country. Foreign men are doing all of that, but women say nothing. That's why they're cowards. You know what I mean? They're like jackals. They wait until you finish eating the food and they eat the leftovers.
So can I ask then, like, obviously everything you said seems quite valid, but I'm more intrigued in terms of having those beliefs that the world is basically, destined for doom, and that, we're all almost, kind of brainwashed and not really sure like what's happening, and women are taking advantage of men. And we have this era of single, which is true, we do live in an era where there's so many children that are being born out of wedlock, and there's so many fathers that are actually being not able to be in the home for whatever reason. But how does that, where does that leave you? How do, what do you do about that?
Me first and foremost, I'm focusing on myself and on my paper chase, my paper route. That's what I'm trying to focus on. When it comes to marriage and all of that, I don't have to worry about that until I'm 30. And even then, I'm most likely not gonna marry in the West if I ever had a choice. There's nothing for me here. You know what I mean? I'm useless to the white man because I'm not loyal to his ideology. And I mean, I'm an enemy to him. It's like I have the same views and values as other immigrants who just want to benefit off the system and could give a shit about what they want. I'm not, no disrespect, but I'm not a woman. I don't assimilate to foreign cultures. You know what I mean? I don't bow down to foreign people. You know what I mean? I take my money, I take what I want from me, and I go back to where I belong. Simple as that. You know what I mean? I'm just using this country. My parents came here because they needed to. You know what I mean? They didn't come here for economic opportunity. They came here because where they were from was being bombarded, so they had no choice but to pack their bags and leave. You know what I mean? That's a lot of stories for a lot of people. But at the same time, like I think you're downplaying the baby mama culture. This is what it is. Like a lot of these women are anti men and they have babies and that they're creating baby mamas. Like, oh, they want to be a mother. They don't know that bringing a kid with feminine energy just destroys society. No disrespect, with no masculine presence. Like a man is important. There's a reason why, I don't know if everyone heard this before, when your mother would say, "Oh, wait until your father gets home." That means a lot. That's because he's about to come and put discipline in you, make sure that you walk the right path. You know, it's countless of stories. I know even what's his name, Tyler the Creator said, "I'm happy I didn't grow up with my father because I got to do what I wanted to do." And this is a guy that's been known to be bisexual, homosexual on the low, and move like a weirdo. So this is just how it is. A fatherless generation, it just leads to destructive of society. You know what I mean? This is all part of their plan from the corporation. This is all part of the plan with the homosexual agenda. This is what they want. This is what I'm saying. If you're a Muslim person, this is not your culture. It's not your ideology. You shouldn't even be here. You know, you should pack your bags and go back to where you come from. You know what I mean? The only people that are standing in the way of the domination of the West are Muslim people. Even all the red pill movement, they're following a lot of Muslim Islamic ideologies. You know, the way how they think, the way how they move. You know, that's what it is. What do you think of the rise of these type of movements? People are tired of this feminine energy, this feminine society.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it's that really? But I think it's the issue that it's the issue that feminine energy is problematic per se, or is it that it's not balanced and it's not being
It's not
you know
harnessed right.
it's not
Not
harnessed right.
cultivated and
It's not
harnessed
been
right.
counterbalanced. It's not been counterbalanced the right way,
yeah,
like by
it's
a
good in
man.
the
It's not.
family unit, but I don't
It's
think it's good
yeah.
for leadership roles or for the general basis of society. You know, feminine energy is like we can't compare female humans to like a lioness who doesn't back down, who fights, who holds her own ground. Even though she is subservient to the male line, she's reckless. She's even tougher than the average man. You know what I mean? You can't compare them like that. They're more like jackals. They're subservient. They're docile. You know what I mean? That's what they are. We can't have that type of energy leading nations and communities and groups. You know, you can look at a community and you can see the way how the females act, and you can see how the men act. You can see if they're bound for success or not. You can just look at the certain communities like Iranian
But
community.
isn't the females and males different though? Hold on. This is when me and sister were talking. When females, a righteous woman in her femininity is always gonna lead by a masculine man. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, right?
Yeah, yeah. Men
So
and
if
women
there's
are
masculine
completely different.
Somali, so if there's masculine men in our community that can handle the pressure, a feminine woman's always gonna follow that man. So I don't get when you say jackals and these terminologies. It's kind of confusing me.
Yeah, jackals is an animal in the Serengeti that is like a it's alone in the
A
food chain.
scavenger. It's a
Exactly. It's
scavenger. Yeah,
low.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's scared. It's not brave. It's not courageous. You know what I mean? It comes when you know what I mean? It's opportunistic. You know what I mean? That's basically what it is compared to like a lioness and a lion. You know what I mean? Top in the food chain. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to say. You know, but even if you look at our culture, depends all about what you want. I can't speak for all Somali guys, but I would
Mm.
say majority of them, like a good 90%, 85%, want a traditional wife. You know what I mean? These women will assault you to say they don't want a wife, they want a slave, they don't want a wife, they want their mother. Like, wouldn't you? Okay, you as a woman, wouldn't you want a man like your dad? Oh wait, maybe he left your life, so I don't know. But you know what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
but
say. You know what I'm
no,
trying to say.
but do you think? Look, do you think that's just not most women? Do you think that's just feminists? Because a woman in
Oh,
her right natural body mind, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not trying to sister talk. I'm not trying to be sexist, but a righteous, good, decent woman enjoys them type of roles. That is not a burden to them. Do you get where I'm
Khaled,
coming from? But
I
women
think
nowadays have been taught because I know certain girls, yeah, they've even told me they're in their late 20s, 30s. I can't cook, I can't do this, I can't do this. And I'm like, shouldn't you start learning that? Instead of saying I can't do it, why don't you start learning it? Because at the end of the day, guri makanin lagashid. These things
yeah,
are demanded from you. Wallah. Because we
yeah,
live in a society where, look, like I'm saying, cooking is not really an issue. If you know how to cook as a man, man, it's hard, but there's certain roles and that are designed. You get where I'm coming from, really?
yeah, yeah. I feel what you're saying, but I think you guys are downplaying society, man. You gotta forget about it. The women that you men are describing are a rarity. Just like how there's the men that women want are a rarity, the women that we want are a rarity too. They're more you find them across the world, but in the West they're not. You know, like I don't want to, like you see, I don't want to be like that type of guy to say this, but majority of women are leading a promiscuous
Sorry,
lifestyle. and
someone just
lifestyle.
said to me this. Yeah, what do you think about sister talk? Yeah, this is what I don't understand about some of these people. Can I ask you a question? Like, just what I just said now, a female, a feminine, I don't know. Someone took that to an offense. I don't
But
know
she's
the
right though.
roles, huh?
We don't know what they like. We could just observe what they do. A woman
What
that
did I
goes,
say was wrong? Well, I'm staying out of women's business. What did I say? Again, this is what I don't understand about some of these these individuals with these names. Yeah, what did I say that was so wrong right now? Sister talk. Can you pull me up just in the last couple of statements as a female on a panelist? You probably, I don't know if you heard me, but I don't think I said anything wrong.
To be honest, I was just doing something, so I didn't even hear what you said. But yeah,
I
do
must
you
have
know
said
what?
something about roles, about women's roles, and then I got told, well, how some men know about women? I said women's roles are what do women enjoy doing most? What is their roles that they love to fulfill? And I must have said something about cooking, this, that, and someone got triggered right now. So I'm baffed. Have I said anything wrong? A woman's natural role. They said that multiple studies said this when she's nurturing, she's caring. Isn't part of cooking and looking after the household part of the caring aspect, sister? And what Ridley said, some women, oh, they get angry at that. I don't know. This is a type of, I don't know.
Oh no, to be honest, right now I'm trying to figure out in my head like where did this conversation go?
No, because Ridley
No
said something.
disrespect.
Now Ridley was saying something. No,
Yeah.
no, no. Ridley was saying something, and I picked up a point where Ridley was saying, how modern women, when you tell them cook, clean, or something, they get all upset and rare. And I just must have added onto the role where some of these modern women that I know personally, some in their late 20s and some in their whatever, do struggle. They don't know how to do certain things are required of them when they go into the household. Do you get where I'm coming from? Wallah.
So
Whose
let
fault is that? Isn't that shouldn't that woman realize? Okay, I'm getting married. I'm getting ready for marriage, or I'm prepping myself, and I'm gonna be a mother. I'm not gonna run to Hoyede, and I'm not gonna run to what's it called, Uber Eats. There's gonna be a time where you're gonna be in the house, and them type of roles. I don't know why some females fight that against that and sees, oh my god, I'm being oppressed, when it's actually one of your innate natural roles to care and take after the family. Do you understand where I'm coming from, sis?
so I hear what
And
you're saying.
that's what I said.
Can I just add to what I'm hearing as well, as the person made the comment, which is basically a man's natural role is not to gossip, but hey, okay. So I don't really know, and I just want to just say that from what I'm observing is that I think anytime you speak about anything when it comes to men or women, I feel like sometimes it's almost doing a disservice because as we're speaking right now, I think the caliber and the kind of women we're talking about today and how to find the femininity. I think the start of our discussion was quite interesting for me personally. I might be biased, but it was for me. And for me, I feel like if we are talking about something and everyone's bringing in their experiences into the situation, I think it's very important to distinguish like what are we talking about and who are we referring to. Yes, I could sit here and say, do you know what, I had a man that done me wrong, da 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 da, or someone could say a woman done them wrong, or women are this or men are that, but I feel like we're not going to get anywhere. And if we're really trying to have an honest discussion where we're all trying to learn and trying to, inshallah, elevate our consciousness, I think it's very important for us to be able to be open-minded, from a man's perspective and a woman's perspective, and listen to what we speak about. Because I feel like also we get so caught up in the superficial stuff, like, oh, but it's about
Thank you.
cooking and it's about providing and, it's about this and it's about that. But
Mm-hmm.
for me, it's unpacking the root of all of this. Okay, so we're here. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose Ridley, Ibrahim, you, me, and everyone else on this comment section to come together in this moment to elevate our consciousness, to talk about something, to listen to each other's ideas, and to be able to progress in some way. But if we're going to have, I think Ridley said, he spoke about something along the lines of with this topic a few weeks ago, and I feel like if we're just going to be repetitive and there isn't solution, then people are going to feel offended, people are going to feel attacked, whether it's a man or a woman. It almost, it doesn't cause us
I know, sis. It does. For me, can I say something? For these individuals like this Somali feminazi gossiping, we're breaking down subjects and we're talking. And if that's gossip for you, isn't that sort of what it is, Walala, of like, because you're stuck in your, I don't know, this disease of whatever you're in, whatever it is, this anti-men, because we all know this individual, she is very anti-men. Isn't that a shutdown tactic? When someone says that to you, or all you're doing is gossiping, when you're just highlighting a couple of things that men want from their side, is that too much to ask? Is that a shutdown? It's like me, if right now, if you complain about men, sister therapy, you say, I can blow a sis, it's not really all like that. Oh, am I gonna call you a B word for just complaining?
Firstly, I don't think it's complaining. I think whatever we have is we have our own personal grievances. So if I'm bringing something to the discussion and I'm sharing an opinion or a thought process with us all, I feel like we should all have the space to be able to speak freely,
Thank you.
inshallah, men and women. I
In a
don't feel
respectful
like.
manner, ma. As long
Sorry?
as we respect it, in a respectful manner, as long as we're respecting each other and there's no derogative words being thrown around here.
Yes,
Like some
definitely.
people, I feel like some people, I don't know whether it's Somali feminists. I don't know these women that I don't know, like no, like my man said, feminist equals buying a cat and dying long. I don't want to say none of that. I don't really like pointing fingers on people, but people like this, Walalo, are very disgusting and detrimental to our community, Walalo. It's like I feel like you don't want growth, and what these panels that what inshallah hopefully going on with sister talk, hopefully you love what they call us or other sisters can. We're gonna try to bring in topics that we're gonna be talking about men and women. We're gonna be talking about in such a way where some people are gonna get offended, but at the same time to shut down people's thoughts. I think that's kind of disrespectful. I think that's a bit vile. Wallah. So sorry for you guys if I got wound up about that, but it is what it is, man. I mean, some women, I
Yeah,
don't know, man.
yeah. I mean, I
Is it?
think, yeah. I was gonna say. I mean, the thing is, but I don't know why we really focus on we focus on cooking and cleaning. I mean, that's just I
Yeah,
mean,
it's just no,
surely
but for
if you're
me,
gonna marry somebody,
yeah, for me, no, no,
you
no. But I'm saying,
obviously
no, where I
you
come
have
from,
you have to
where I came from,
yeah, go on.
it's an angle where, like, sorry, I'm called Nimbatai. Said that Niman he,
Yeah.
and I'm telling my sister talking about it, and that ain't a good senasid. Okay, Muhammad, or I'm ready. You and I have you in a good setting. What are sort of qualities and aspects we men look in women? And I think some of these people, especially this individual, sometimes just listen to men. Is that too hard to be fighting all the time? It's just like listen to men. وحماها if a man tells you, well, I want to come home انت يا قدن دنيا معبة Allah Kudash, have you made this into such an ab thing? Oh
Yeah,
no, it's
you're right.
obviously
Yeah,
a
I mean,
superficial thing. I
yeah.
don't think it's a superficial thing. Look, at the end of the day, like you got a family, والله. And one of the best things to do, نقعد هذا, you spend time قاعد أقول كرسي مو حاس معبة. Allah Kudash, ده الصومالي مسلمين بانهي والله دقني الدين له.
It's not, but like I think
ناك ركالي يقول كذا دقنا سمع عبة والله.
yeah, I think, but the thing is, I think if you
Yeah.
obviously when you want to get married, you obviously have to have that conversation with with the woman you're married. You have to establish that compatibility. But what you also have to you have to bear in mind
But do you think it is
is
Ibrahim?
that
Just because just because that individual female can't do that, go learn it because it's gonna be wallah. Sorry, sister talk. That is
no,
crucial to a man. Isn't that crucial to you, Ibrahim?
no, I think it's important, but I think
It's
the thing
not
is,
very important. It's not
yeah,
overseed, but
yeah,
wallah, it is a
I
nest.
know.
It is a type of thing where whoa. I think last time Mus was here when we played the traditional woman v the modern woman, where the woman was a fire chief, where the man said, "Yo, we eat takeaway out of the fridge because our woman can't, because the wife in the house cannot cook." cannot maintain the house. And I think one of the best experience in a house is when there's a full meal and everyone's sitting around the table.
Yo, okay, look what he said.
Doesn't that bring the family together?
Well, Khalid, the thing is, surely you would resolve that issue before you marry, before you get
Man
married,
said, man, come back.
and
Man
before you
come back
cohabit
home
the
after
same
a long
space,
day's
wouldn't
work
you? I mean,
and get
I would have
fingers.
thought that's something you would obviously you'd talk about and resolve before you get married or you move
No,
into
but
the same
okay,
space.
but it's saying on Tanimaka.
It's like, I mean, I don't know what, I mean,
Isn't that
otherwise,
no, okay, cool. Say if she says that, guriba lagashin nafta ilma dashi. Not to really good, malinkali deri halaks make karin. Isn't that a bit of a new wall slayab? Wahskuti.
yeah,
Where
but
is your team?
the thing is, if she
Hoyda
can't,
order this about. Go on.
yeah, the thing is, if she can't cook, and you are happy to marry her, knowing that she can't cook,
Yeah,
then
you should be happy.
you're in a bit of a cul-de-sac situation, aren't you? Well, you're contradicting yourself. But if
Yeah.
you need to know, you need to have a clear idea, criteria about what type of woman you want to get into a relationship with, you want to marry. Marka, if she's got,
Go ahead, sorry.
No, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, it's a bit, it's a bit late to expect your wife to cook. When obviously you had the opportunity to discuss these issues and obviously find somebody that can actually cook well and who's able to obviously
but look, isn't this
clean and
again,
what?
Me and the sister, like earlier we were talking about. I'm saying we were talking about bits of the the femininity, bits and parts and packages of it. A woman that maintains a house that includes Korinta until a Karnio. Okay, there's times I'm saying, okay, well, you don't have to do all the time. There's times I'll speak rare. But this is some of the main criteria of a nurturing woman, isn't it? A feminine and woman in touch with her femininity, yes or no? There's certain things a woman I don't know whether society, like this individual here, the way Barbie saying she's gone to that men don't want.
But I mean, Islamically, I think
Mm.
Islamically, actually, she's not obliged to cook for you. I think that's I think obviously, I'm not saying she shouldn't. I'm saying it's
Okay,
she's
then
not
if you're
she's not
taking
obliged to
roles,
cook. I mean, it's not, but I'm saying culturally, and out of love and obviously and a care for you and for her family and for children, she I'm sure she wants, she would want to do it.
No, it's not.
But I think from an Islamic perspective,
it's a duty.
Yeah.
It's a
no,
duty.
but I'm saying
it's like
but I'm saying Islamically,
it's not like if she's feeling kind. If she's feeling kind, she starts cooking. No, it's a duty to the house, to the family that she cooks. Just like the thing is, roles are very easy to fit into when it comes to men. For example, if someone bursts into the house and wants to harm the family, you already know who's the one that's going to be protected. We don't have to debate about that. We don't have to debate about that, but we have to debate about the female roles. But the men roles are already clear. Working, protecting.
But the thing is, though, but cooking. I mean, what? I mean, the thing is, you're talking about role. I mean, are you saying cooking is exclusively for women?
I'm not saying it's exclusively for women.
Islamically, that's the thing, and this is also what I'm saying. Sometimes,
I don't think no one said that.
Let me tell you how, though, bro. If working is exclusively or majority for the man, that means the woman's more at the home than the man is.
Yeah, I understand that.
So because he has other obligations, he can't fulfill other obligations. He can't be the full-time worker and the full-time, housekeeper or taking care of the house.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, but
this girl in the chat, her ideology is going to keep her.
Said that we're getting sidetracked. So I'm thinking, is it better to maybe, inshallah, stay on topic? I don't know if the brothers wanted to add.
Yeah, we can stay. But
I don't know.
Yeah, I wanted to pick your thoughts on that thing that we're really debating right now. Sis. As a female, and we've been talking about this, isn't certain things isn't that part of the femininity? And should females get upset about that, especially in the modern generation of women?
Well, no, to be honest, I don't think there is anything to get upset. Like Brother Mustafa already said, roles are very clearly defined. And I think as a feminine asset to a man and a support system, if the man has got other duties to fulfill, then that's the whole point of getting married, so we could, fulfill certain roles for one another, and at the same time enjoy each other's company, and for, the fruits of being together as a man and a woman. So I think it's very important but I would love to also address Brother Ibrahim. I think he really clearly touched up on the topic where he said, the first thing, it's easy to sit here and debate about something, but every individual is different, and whatever that fits or works for someone's household might not for someone else. We know now sometimes men can't go to work if a brother's got health issues and he can't, and maybe the sister has to step up and take that role. There's compromise that we seem to make
Yeah, it's a good
these
point. Yeah.
traits very rigid, right? And I feel like that's where sometimes the discord and the disconnect comes from. I think everyone's different, and I don't have the right to speak on someone else's experience and how they upkeep and maintain their household, and I don't expect them to do the same for me. So I think that the most important thing is, well, okay, how can we bring harmony to the home? And I think that's maybe the key that we should be concentrating on.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I believe what's most beneficial for each other. I feel like masculine men and feminine women are gonna end up, married and happy together. It's only masculine women and feminine men that is gonna be problems for. You know, this girl in the chat that's speaking, or the sister in the chat that's feminazi. I guarantee you, she's like mid-30s and she's not married and she's just angry. She's
Early
just angry.
30s.
She
Late
cannot.
29, late 20s,
Yeah,
early 30s.
it's incapable of her to get along with a man. It's incapable. She cannot do it.
Oh, yeah. That's a
She
good
cannot
point.
do it.
That's a lot of women though. That's the
And
future.
no man is gonna put up with
Why
that.
do you think this? Okay, like sister said, the harmony. She said focusing on the harmony. Sisters, is that part of the problem about the harmony, where certain females like this do exist? Wallah, that outnumber feminine. Do you think that, like the brother saying, someone like that, wallah, Guruga doesn't make it harmonious? Doesn't make it harmonious for men.
Well, no,
It's constantly.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. Can I go through?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, it's very clear for us in the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us that for good men, there's good women, and for evil men and evil women, they're the likes of it, right? So, or not good, should I say, maybe not evil, subhanallah. So we know that there's people that do exist in this world that don't want to have harmony, that don't want to create peace for whatever internal conflicts that they got going on with themselves. Now, for me, I feel and I think the most important thing is, okay, so how can I myself as an individual align myself with someone who will be reciprocal to, fulfill my needs and I can fulfill his? So it's a joint effort. And if we are being attracted to negative people and people who seem to be broken and who need validation and security through whatever means that they can grab as attachment to, then if I'm attracting that and I seem to have the reoccurrence of this issue with men or with women, I would say the first thing I would do is look at myself and say, okay, where is it within myself that I'm broken? Where is it within myself that I'm susceptible to this kind of treatment? Or where is it that I'm not a good person? Or where is it that I'm maybe not authentic within myself? And then, because again, it's very easy, Allah tells us in the Quran, he will not change the condition of a people until they change what's within themselves. And when it comes to a lot of my therapeutic work, I always start with that. Like everybody, there isn't a single person that I don't work with that doesn't have a narrative, that doesn't have a story, whether it's a victim one, whether it's them feeling, and majority it is, I'm the victim. I have issues, people have done me wrong, he cheated, she cheated, he did this, she did that. And the thing is, what we're forgetting is we're getting so caught up in the narrative that we're actually not able to unpack the root cause. Okay, so you seem to attract issues in your life and distresses where is this coming from? Where is the chaos within you that we need to first fix before you can go out into the world and attract healthy people that would be able to reciprocate healthy relationships with you?
Yeah, I think that's the first steps in it. You know, choosing the the right person. You know, how do you go about choosing the right person? You know, I think that's I think a lot of people get into a relationship without making a fully informed decision about the person. And then obviously things come up and they don't know how to resolve conflict or handle issues when they come up.
Definitely.
Um, so I think maybe Khalid, maybe we should have a session on that. I think the signs of mating is obviously it's a very important subject, and I think yeah, you know, maybe you should should run a session on that actually.
Well, you know
Because
what? Funny enough, speaking about
you know,
that, if
yeah.
you subscribe to a Sister Talks channel, Sister Therapy, she actually did a stream about that this morning.
Oh, mashallah.
Well, it was so amazing. She kind of brought that up, but we break it down if you guys are interested in. We'll probably
Yeah,
make that
that's
our next
quite good.
subject. We'll probably make that our next subject because what we're trying to do here, yeah, is we're trying to, like Sister said, build and heal. And that's it. And by doing that, we're gonna bring everything to the table that is wrong in modern day society, especially with us diaspora, whether it's male and women. And some people are just butthurt; they just can't take it, but they're gonna learn to take it. We're gonna give them the pills, Kininka and Sindona, regardless. Because when we try, this is the worst thing. When we try to articulate ourselves in a beautiful manner, we only want to like higher. When we let Ridley and the Rad loose on look higher. So there's no winning with certain individuals. It's like certain individuals do not want Somali men per se to prosper, to even have conversations.
Facts.
Well, and that's the worst thing, Sister Talk. I don't know if you could see it, and sometimes we have to call it out. And if it's coming from our sisters that are butthurt or something, but could die, to come with this detrimental bullshit towards your fellow people trying to improve the community, it's disgusting because I think this person individually, deep down, waqafhum. Just because, like, can I say, sorry, sis, just because you got vagina, don't mean you're going to get off on certain things. If you're a man, you're detrimental to our community. And if you're a woman, you're going to be dead. We're going to call you out, walolo. And certain antics, like, for me, I don't know. It's like, if I let a man come in here, belittle women, oh, Khali, oh, he's belittling women. So how do men actually even express themselves? Walolo. If we get told, oh, you're gossiping, the loin bati, and this come from a woman, you know. That doesn't win so to me, I think to myself, either I'm a adult of Somali bouti Thai, I'm a Somali men, and it's just be real. Somali men, and I think this individual, Somali men be Thai.
No, she hates men in general, bro.
And I think Somali men, especially
Yeah,
Somali men,
yeah,
that's
that's right. It's Somali
I know
man.
this person, we've seen the rhetoric they talk about, we know this person in real life. This person has deep down disgusted hatred towards Somali men. Either when they're talking positive, mala amani karyo, and so it's gone to a situation where Sister Talk said it, I think best. That person, go back and do work on yourself. That's it. And let your Somali brothers and sisters build and do their own thing. Because clearly you are an enemy to the growth of fucking Somali mother. Maybe you're enemy to the channel, maybe you're enemy to the boy Khalid, but you have deep down issues. Go sort it out and refrain from making more comments. Well, carry on. Let's carry on. Because this person wants to just sidetrack and what's it called? Attention seek and get our mind off the focus that we were on. Because we had a lovely subject and conversation before this individual started picking on, oh, men are this, men are that. But what do we do with women like this in our community? What are people then? What should we do?
You leave them. You leave them.
We
Let
leave
them
them,
be.
man.
You
Let
let them
them, you
learn
know what I'm
the
saying?
hard
They're
way.
going
But
to
they
end
don't
up
leave
by
us. This
themselves.
is the thing.
Let them
This
ask.
is the
Let
thing.
them
They
ask the
don't
white man
leave
for the
us.
protection.
Where they don't
Yeah,
leave
but
us.
that's
This is
the
the
issue,
thing. What
man.
I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, what do we gain or benefit from them, bro? They're just losers. They're embarrassing themselves. You know what I
Now,
mean? They
femsos.
have
I think this
everything,
person,
their own
wallah, you
house.
know what, yeah? I put my mind to it. I think this person is, you know how everyone accuses the Rad of being an incel? This is a femso. This is what it is. They're
Yeah,
both the same type of people. One has a penis, the other one has a vagina. That's it.
100%.
Wallah, that's just it. One has a penis and one has a vagina. And maybe it's took me a while to realize, but wallah, some people are just femsols in this world.
Both of them,
Carry on,
both
people.
of those are extremes, bro. One group of people hates
Wallahi.
women and one hates men.
But them two have infiltrated and infected our community. What do we do to these brothers and sisters? Some of the rhetoric, okay, wahanata, because there's no. I never see these people that amana yo. That wanag will raggo the tusi. That wahan sin many. It's just sin and unto. You don't know what you're talking about. You lot gossip. You lot. It's like fucking. Like for me, do you think I could shut down a bunch of Somali women? Imagine if a panel was the other way around. A bunch of Somali women speaking their minds, and us lot shutting it down. I say, oh, you know, Sinanatin, or Afuintin, Tokomatin, Sinanatin, African. What would we be called? What would we be called?
We call incels. We call losers, haters.
Nah, they'll say, we know what they'll say. First, number one is who hurt you. You know, they got a list.
Yeah, let's carry on with the topic. Actually, this is because
let's carry on. This person, well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this person on timeout. I'm just gonna put this on timeout. Yeah, because this person, all they're doing is being so destructive.
Let's carry on with the discussion.
Wallahi, mashallah, we had them. Wallahi, may Allah
carry on.
Let Allah deal with people like that, man.
Let's go back to the topic. What was the
this
topic
person
then?
a very adawa. Carry on.
It's something about femininity and women. And then someone was talking about how they're more masculine.
Let the sister come through and bring us back on track.
Yeah.
So I think, to be honest, I don't even know what to say. I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry, sis. Sorry, wallahi. Wallahi, inkari la khuda'do qofkaas, because that's just, wallahi, just bare sidetracking. Is look at me, let me make noise, let me fuck that, man. Wallahi, sorry, guys, man. Wallahi. You guys are not. Well, sorry, I don't know, but you guys carry on the panel. I'm just going to cool off a little bit, man. You guys carry on.
Yeah, sister, what was the topic exactly? I'm not even aware.
I think the topic, I don't know if you were the brother that was on last time I was on.
Yes.
And I jumped on when you guys were talking about women. And I think this topic came out of that topic. Or born out of that topic, and it's how do women find their femininity in today's world. So that's kind of what we were discussing, and the positive aspects of what it is to be a woman. Khalid at the beginning put on some videos of like all the information online about how to be a woman, and we were breaking it down, saying that, you know, a lot of these videos, they misguide women and they focus on just the appearance, you know, wear a tight dress, speak softly, dress this way and dress that. And so we were breaking down the video, and I said to him, well, for me, that's not femininity. That is someone, and on top of that, she was selling something or to get more views, I don't know, but it was almost it was for her own selfish gain. And the way she portrayed femininity was, you know, get the man. And my premise was, well, okay, you get the man, now what? And on top of that, when you're putting yourself on display to, you know, almost entice the male gaze that you're available to sexually mate with them, or the possibility is there because they get intrigued by your appearance, then, you know, what kind of a man are you attracting to yourself? You know, would he be a man who would value you in terms of your mental and also your heart? Or would he be someone that would just want you for the physical aspects? And then we were speaking about the dangers of that for a woman, you know, STDs, baby mothers, unwanted pregnancy, and the destruction that it has on society when a woman is not grounded in her femininity and she's not an asset to you know, the man, to the support system of making this communion work, rather than her being a liability where now she's actually causing destruction. So that's what we were speaking about.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I feel like it's just, they're just happier. Women are just more happier when they're in their feminine. It's just they're in their natural disposition.
I definitely agree.
Yeah, it's I think the question is how do we? Because I think a lot of young men and a lot of young women have been I think misled by people like that.
Mm.
They've been intellectually misled. So I mean, how do we educate our young people um, to make sure that they're actually approaching relationship issues and marriage the right way? Because I think the way you broke the whole thing down, and you intellectually challenged that situation, mashallah, it's quite brilliant. Um, so people they should basically put in her uh, kind of the animalistic side or her desire on a pedestal, and because she puts it on a pedestal, that will dominate her, and that will bring her a man. But can she actually keep the man? Would the man respect her?
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, nobody would respect um, the feminine sort of side of things. I think we yeah, it's to be honest, it's confusing, and I think in order to offer any kind of guidance, it's always going to be to first look at yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, Islam is there, but it's also about learning about who you are. Like the way I view femininity and what femininity represents to me is very different from another woman. And that's only because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us all differently. And in order for me to now impose my idea of femininity on another woman is very different. Like I said, we have roles that we play in this world, and these roles have responsibilities. And if those roles and those responsibilities are not utilized in the right way, then individually you're the only one that's going to suffer. No one else will suffer with you. You're the one that's going to have to carry that burden of the mistakes that you've made. So it's definitely important to seek knowledge, whether it's Islamically or also secularly, because I think to know yourself, I think someone mentioned it in one of the last streams, to know yourself is very key. To understand your values, your principles, your guiding principles. What is your belief systems that you bring to the table? And for a woman, it's about having the core foundation when it comes to self-awareness and also self-esteem, and not to fall into this whole suffering, because I think as women, when a woman's not mature in cultivating her femininity, she gets stuck in with two programs, which is suffering, more of the victim sort of side of things, and also seeking validation. That's why we as women cause the most destruction to the planet. Whether it's
Mm.
our weaves, our chemicals that we use for makeup, whether it's how the clothes, subhanallah, that we wear. All of these things are from us, to be honest, because we want to look
Mm.
beautiful. So it's about taming that and not leading with that when it comes to a man. It's about leading with your mind. It's about leading with your heart. And there's three components for a woman that I've come to find that is perfectly suitable. If it's beneficial for you, please take it. So the first thing is, please stay away from meeting a man on the physical level. That is just complete and utter destruction for you, not for him, for you, because you're the one that's going to suffer. Secondly is, if you meet a man with your heart, which is devotion, that's blind following. And
You say
again,
need a man, sorry, or meet a man?
meet a man, sorry,
Meet a
meet a
man, okay,
man.
yeah.
Yeah. And then the last one is the mental. And to be honest with you, before you make an emotional or a sexual connection or commitment to a man, make sure you meet him intellectually first. And by you meeting him intellectually, you're almost able to discern the qualities that you're looking for. And always remember the values. What is your system, your principle, your guiding, as I mentioned, and cross check that with him. And don't just believe people because they say something. Actions versus words, there has to be a complete alignment. And also, in order for you to recognize that as a feminine, as a woman in her core, you have to first be in alignment with your words, your actions as well, and emotionally. So those are some of the maybe tips that I'd share.
Yeah, that's good tips. I feel like the first premise that we should all have when we're coming into these sort of topics is that first and foremost, we want to be able to um, marriage and relationship. These are things that we want to have, and we want to be able to get along with our spouses. The thing is, we don't want to come in with bad faith, where we see women in a bad way, or we see men in a bad way, because then you already have some sort of animosity in the beginning. You want to have good faith coming into it. And the second thing is, whoever you want to attract, you have to be that sort of person that they're going to be attracted to. If you're a woman and you want a masculine man, you have to be feminine. A masculine man doesn't want a masculine woman. So that means one thing that women are not used to doing is putting in work to actually get a man. They're not used to that. They're used to just waiting there and the man will come to them. No, you're gonna have to put in work. You're going to have to put in a lot of work to get the right man that you actually want. So if you're not feminine, you have to learn how to be feminine. You have to learn how to get along with a man.
Yeah, I think the same applies for men as well, isn't it? I think
same applies for men. If you want a feminine woman, you have to be a masculine. You have to learn how to be. You have to learn how to be masculine. You have to. A lot of us had to teach ourselves. Though we grew up in single mother households, whatnot. We had to teach ourselves how to be men and how to be masculine and not be feminine. Because this is what's gonna end up. This is what's gonna help us in term, especially in relationships. Just like we had to teach ourselves, we both have to teach ourselves. We attract what we are. We attract what we are for the person. So if you're a masculine woman, you'll get the opposite. You'll get the feminine man. So you want to be that person to be attracted to. It's like someone that's not religious at all and wants a very religious spouse. Why would they want you?
That's a good point. Yeah, you're right.
So you have to try to balance this. Yes.
Woodley, are you there?
It's gone to sleep.
I hope he's still there.
Who, Khalid?
But no, I don't know where Khalid.
Really, are you there?
Oh, really?
ما صحتك؟
Maintenance.
وش واحدة
No, I'm here. What are you guys saying?
Soda.
What?
Did you hear what we were talking about?
Are you involved?
Yeah, I'm involved. Yeah, but
are you with us or are you with the village?
What does that mean?
Are you
Village?
Are you awake? Are you awake?
Yes, I'm awake, fam.
Right.
No, we were all adding our 2 cents to the topic. And for you, in terms of like meeting someone, how do you think things would work out for a man and a woman? Like, what's your stance on
Two words: arranged marriage or Ethiopian Airlines. No in between.
Wow.
Ethiopian Airlines. What do you mean? You go to Ethiopia?
From Addis Ababa to Hargeisa, then transfer.
Oh my God.
I don't know, man. The West has collapsed, man. There's nothing to meet, man. We have today. I don't want to sidetrack off the topic, but to be honest, it depends. I mean, like you got to do a background check, make sure everything's good. She doesn't have a past. She's a good, nice person, good family. And, everything's aligned. We have the same political and values and morals. I don't want to hear none of that liberal talk, none of that. You know what I mean? That BS, pro LGBT. We gotta be in the same mind frame. Communicate. I want someone that you can be compatible with and you can see the long run. You want to have a marathon, not a 100 meters.
The type of woman you looking for?
Me, well, like a homemaker. Someone that just wants to stay home. If not, someone that has a career that's like it's not really career oriented. Someone that wants to help me in my career. You know what I mean? Someone that's trying to help me to hit success. You know what I mean? Sees my vision and wants to be part of my vision. I don't want someone that's too career oriented. You know, too much clashing. You know what I mean? And both going to
So
work,
what?
both.
How part-time housewife, full-time housewife?
Oh no, yeah, at least I want full time. But if I can't, part time housewife. You know, someone that at least works at home or works around kids or some shit like that. You don't want none of that corporate lawyer. Nah. I don't need that.
100%. Who's talking? The internet's wrong. The internet's messed up.
Yeah, I think there's some echoing. I don't know. Ridley, are you still talking?
Ridley, your internet. Yeah. Someone else take it away then.
Yeah,
Ibrahim?
I mean, no, I was just saying. Actually, you mentioned, Mashallah, you mentioned the, self knowledge and reflection and all that. But I think when when a lot of these, a lot of young people get bombarded with, the stuff they see on the internet, school, university. It's like they don't have they're not exposed to a different perspective on the two genders, on gender roles. So I think perhaps that they need to be exposed to knowledge first, so that they can use that as a tool to self-reflect, self-study, as you said. But I think a lot of them don't know how to approach these things. They get they get they get intellectually overwhelmed, and they just succumb to the situation actually, and they really become um, part of parcel of that of that narrative. They subscribe to it, and they don't see the perspective. They don't think there's another approach. Especially if if they don't come from Islamically grounded homes, um, intellectually settled homes. Well, it's kind of difficult for them to find their own feet. And it's this is it is it's intellectually overwhelming for a lot of people to find clarity and and learn about themselves, and uh, somehow have this inner awareness of of who they are, and what's what, and and all that. So yeah, I think somehow, yeah, I think we maybe we need to create platforms like that for the younger generation. Definitely gives gives an alternative intellectual perspective on these issues. Because they say that when children go to school, it's like from a certain age, from the age of 7, is age of it's the age of memorization. I think it's about rote learning and memorizing and taking in information. And then they get to a certain age, I don't know, from so say 10 or between 10 and 15, or they become very rational. The
I'm
rational
on the
faculty.
homeschooling though now, man.
Yeah,
We need to do more homeschooling.
The rational faculty comes in, to start, they start rebelling and say, why am I doing that? Why am I doing this? Mommy, why are you asking me to do? X, Y, Z is allowed to do that. Why am I not? They become very argumentative and very kind of, they tend to rationalize. They become very just argumentative. And then when they get to 16, 17, they get to an age of expression where they want they want to or self-assertion, where they want to actually want to find out where they where they want to position themselves in the world. They're grappling with ideas at that age, isn't it? Yeah. And if they're not grounded, then they can't really they can't synthesize or handle the ideas and the stuff that are thrown at them, you know. And if the home is not there to counterbalance and actually strengthen them and give them the tools to be able to demystify, you know, ideas and break down, then they get lost, you know. They get lost, you know, they subscribe to these, you know, to these things, and then things set it, you know, get they get set in stone, and it becomes very difficult for them to see, you know, a different light, or, you know, see things from a different, you know, from a different window, from a different perspective. I don't know if you guys can had similar.
Yeah. Let's get back to what's it called, the femininity and whatnot. Let's ask the sister. She's more in circles with other sisters and whatnot. I know it's not just females that have this. I feel like men have lost their masculinity. A male has lost their masculinity over time as well. It's not just
people.
Yeah.
It's an issue.
Women, not just women have become masculine, but men have become more feminine now as well. But you know, for the sister, you're still here, yeah?
Yes, I'm still here.
To ask you, obviously, in your professional opinion, do you think there's anything to do with, besides feminism and all of these types of ideologies, is there anything to do with upbringing or trauma that can result in, you know, more masculine women or more feminine men and things like this?
I think that's a really good question. And yes, it definitely has a massive. I was actually going to chime in when Brother Ibrahim finished with the kind of similar question with what you said, or the answer, sorry, maybe, or my take on it, which is it definitely has a massive part to play. And I think it's really important. That's why Islam addresses that men and women are, you know, the maintainers of one another, because now there's almost this new life that's going to be born into the equation, or that's going to come into the dynamic. And that, in order for that young child to grow up to become a well-functioning human being in society, they are going to need people, role models. They're going to need you know, a lot of care and attention. And I think when a child is first born, they have an attachment, so their first caregiver, even if we explore the attachment theory. So Bowlby, he's a well-renowned psychologist who came up with this theory, and it's to do with when a baby's first born, his first form of attachment is to his mum. Now, if the mum is in distress, if the mum is, you know, not level-headed, or if she's going through her own issues, that's definitely going to impact on the baby's development. So as children, they go through various different stages. And alhamdulillah, this also coincides with Islamic teaching, because we know that the Prophet, peace be upon him, told us there's 3 stages when it comes to caring for children. So the first stage, from, you know, when they're born to about 7, you play with them. And that means when you play with the child, what you're doing is you're building, you're giving them a sense of security. And this is what Bowlby talks about: children, or people that grow up to be healthy, you know, young individuals, and they contribute to society. The good thing about them, and why they almost have the resilience and the robustness to be able to make decisions and to, you know, be a good team player and get on with people, is because they've had a secure base when they were growing up. Now there's another 2 sides to it, whereas anxious attachment style and also avoidant attachment style. And those 2 are when the anxious is when the parent was there, but they weren't fully present. So the child is quite delirious. You know, 1 minute mum's here, she's loving on me, I have her full attention, but the next, you know, minute she's not here, she's maybe shouting. So it's almost giving the child mixed messages, so they don't feel secure in terms of their self. And then the last one is avoidant attachment. And avoidant attachment is when the parent is very much disengaged from the child. And what the child does is they almost recline and withdraw inwards. And this is where sometimes, as grown-ups, if you get into someone that has more of an avoidant attachment style, what you'll notice is that they find it difficult to express their needs. because from childhood they've learned that their needs don't matter and their needs won't be met. So then people, go into manipulation, they go into this whole ego, grandiose kind of personalities that they develop or form. So there's a lot of really difficult things that can come away from someone who has gone through a childhood where their parents weren't there, especially both parents, because as a boy, his first point of contact of what it means to be a man is his father. And for a girl, in order for her to feel safe with a man, it's her father. And for a boy, in order for him to treat, to learn how to feel safe with a woman, and also how to get that, motherly figure, is from his mother. So if any of them are absent, or if any of them are in distress and, preoccupied with themselves, which is a very selfish thing, to be honest, because that means, they're not mature or they're not fully developed themselves. So now they're almost playing out their own childhood wounds with one another instead of paying attention to the child, because the child is the most vulnerablest one out of both of them. So then, yeah, those people do grow up to, they find it difficult to be able to interact with the world, and they struggle with, attachment, even attaching to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It even affects their faith because, as the Prophet said, peace be upon him, play with the child for the first 7 years to gain their trust, to give them a sense of security in who they are, and to allow them to express, and then the next 7 years you're meant to teach them, and that is their salah, who Allah is, their connection to Allah, and also about, important things in life, and helping them instill resilience and robustness. And then the next 7 years, what you do is you become their friend. So you almost give them that space to make mistakes, but you become that wise person where you don't shun them, or you don't tell them, I told you so, why did you do this? And, almost kind of stagnate, debilitate their growth. But what you're doing is you're actually giving them the space to make mistakes, because that's the most critical as well. When people are going through their adult, sort of young adult stages, they have all these hormones that are coming into their body. Boys especially get a shot of estrogen that, alhamdulillah, the brain knows to pump into a boy, so he can now develop, his voice, the tone, his Adam's apple, his genital area, like, the hair grows in his body, he gets a mustache or a beard. So he's going for a very kind of almost a rigid process. And even for the girl, she's getting her menses, her body's forming, changing, she's got estrogen that's going into her body, hormones are up and down. So this is where, when the Prophet, peace be upon him, said be their friend, it's almost what you're doing is giving them permission to find themselves, because they're trying to find their identity in the world. And the last thing you want to do is suppress that, because when they grow up, then they're not going to be fully developed.
Good point.
Very good points. Very good points.
Yeah, I mean, what would you say to yeah, go on, sorry, Mustafa.
No, brother, go.
Yeah. I was just gonna ask the sister. I mean, what would you say to the sisters who? Because I know, I think at the moment, I think a lot of sisters go out to work, and they end up actually leaving their children, even as young as 12 months. They dropped them in the daycare center, or they leave them with a family member, and they go to work full time. That I mean, and they do that until the child grows up. I think that's becoming the norm. Where children are just taken to the nurseries at the earliest opportunity, and the mothers, both parents go to work, and that's. You think that's going to be us? I think that's a danger for the community. For the next generation of children in our community.
I think I would definitely agree. Firstly, it's not. I just want to just clarify. It's not about shaming anyone or making anyone feel guilty or bad, because I know, sometimes as a mother, you find yourself in certain circumstances where there isn't really a choice. But if there is a choice, then yes, Brother Ibrahim, I think it's very important and very, very crucial that you almost sacrifice, and because mostly why people go to work is to try and upkeep, the lifestyle that they're in. Because if the husband's working and it's kind of sufficient, what's more important than having nice things and going on nice holidays, to be honest, is actually sacrificing that for the development of your child. So it's definitely far more important to give that nurturing to the child, because that child is, you're not going to get those years back. I remember I heard a sheikh once say that a lot of teenagers are rebelling against their parents, and they're straying far away from Islam now. And it's almost, and what he said was, subhanallah, he said, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave you full control over what time that child goes to sleep, what they eat, what they do, what they don't do, and you had full access to that, and you almost, decided for them, and you didn't utilize that time properly because you were too busy preoccupied with yourself, then now the child's grown up, you can't now, almost whip him into, or her into submission and be like, oh, fear Allah, pray, do this, do that. Because he said, well, where were you
that's so
when,
true. Like, that's not true.
yeah, like where were you when the child needed that sense of stability? And again, I just want to also clarify, yes, there are parents that do all of that and more, right? And the child still goes astray. And the reference of that is in Surah Kaf. We know that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the story of Qadr and also Prophet Musa alayhi salam, that there were righteous parents. And when Qadr, in one of the stories, he killed the young boy, Musa alayhi salam said, you've done a heinous thing. Like, why did you do that? And then later on, when he went to elaborate and give him the truth of the story, like why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent him to do that, was because his parents were righteous, and there was a fear that, he would almost cause grief and various other things. I'm paraphrasing, subhanallah. But yeah, so we do know that it does exist. But then we also know that you can have corrupt parents. Even the story of Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, where that his parents, when he went to his dad especially to teach him about the revelation that he got and to stop worshipping idols, he grabbed him and tried to throw him into the fire with the rest of the community. So we know that, children can, no matter what circumstances you're born into, there's always, a way around it. And if you've been born into a situation where maybe you didn't have that support and you were lacking that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can give that to you. And if, you're a parent and you've done everything in your possible, possibly within your power, is also to know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, inshallah, will give you something in regards to that. So it's everyone's circumstances is different. That's why I think it's very important that we try to focus on an individual process. Like you and me, I mean, I don't have kids, so like you and me, we could all sit here and talk about all of these things. But when it comes to the reality of situations, like no one really knows the struggles and the ordeals that someone has to go through. So if it is possible, yes, it's far more greater for you to stay with your child, especially in the time and day that we live in.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
But then again, on the flip side, say if it's a being together is disastrous for you and your spouse and the children. Because sometimes some people don't have opportunity where, divorce is one of the best opportunities there is out there.
In that case,
well, I've just jumped in because I'm just like FA. Remember, I went out just to cool off and come back in. Yeah, just heard the last snippets. But I think you were talking about keeping the family together, right? And was it divorce?
Yeah, no, just the last point sister was trying to make us. Actually, I asked the question because I think there's a trend where basically I think the younger generation of I think mothers now, they basically leave their young children, the babies, they leave them, you just drop them in the nursery, the crash, and they just they go to work full time. And
yeah, Corinna saw.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, we were just saying, what would the impact of that behavior would be on the child in the future? And things like that. And obviously, I mean, and sister was just basically giving her take on that. Yeah.
Okay,
we all know.
no,
Look, the thing is with that. Okay, we all know that this is wrong. But listen, as men, you have to pay the cost to be the boss. If you don't want your wife to be working and you want, for her to be raising the children, you have to be able to provide. You have to be able to keep a roof over her head. You have to be able to keep her,
This
safe.
is what I've been saying. Because of a lot of men, do you think because of a lot of men can't do that? Because right now, I'm not gonna lie to you, an average £35,000 job a year, that's scraping through life. You get where I'm coming from. But if you really want to be a successful and you want to have this family and you want your wife to stay at home, you best be making 100 something back, which is possible.
The thing is,
not
bro,
that possible.
Practically, how I see it, bro, is look, we're Muslims, innit? We're Muslims. We can't, as men and women as well, we can't wait till we don't want to wait till 35 to get married or things like that. We want to get married younger because we can't do for certain things when we're not married. So right now, if you want to get married, say at 24, 25, realistically, you're not going to be in the peak of your finances at that age. So at that age, practically, both of you should be working. Both of you should be working to try and establish a life for yourselves. But as it should happen is I believe the man should definitely be somebody who's driven, who's ambitious, who's somebody who's who's already maybe start of his career going somewhere trying to do something. And the wife could be on the same sort of spectrum. But as time kind of progresses, before maybe hold off having children for the first few years, as he tries to get more, he starts working, he starts getting higher in his finances over time, then she can kind of come out of that. You get it? She could kind of come out of that as time comes when she's having children, because regardless, she's gonna have maintenance leave even if she's working.
Yeah, I think so. I think some sisters, I think regardless of how much you're making, they still want to work. That's the thing, every situation is different. It's horses for courses. I think
that's what I'm saying. You have to have a situation that works for you.
Yeah, especially it depends where you live as well. There's all this. Yeah, it depends on a lot of factors. Yeah, but I think it's better to focus on I think maybe the norm rather than the exception. I think the norm should be, that the welfare of the children should be number one, and unless until they get to school age or something, because I think the other way, I think dropping going to work, leaving your children, with a stranger, dropping them, in the nursery, in the crash, that's becoming, the fashion, the trendy thing to do, it's cool to to do that. It's not so nice to stay home and look after your children, and be a homemaker to them. It's somehow that choice. The woman makes that choice. There's a lot of pressure on her to actually not to stay at home and not to not to take on that role, because that's frowned upon. So there's this unspoken pressure. It's actually spoken. It's quite direct. And a lot of women actually they feel that pressure.
No, but who created this pressure? Was it
the
society,
wave of feminism? Society is like peer, it's the pressure of the social
setting. If you're on this and you're screaming,
maybe her friend,
her
friend has a sister extended. They're all working, pulling in good money. There's just wider factors.
But then why the fact
the primary one is for society, I think. Yeah.
Then this is what I'm saying. I think earlier when we were talking about certain things, should you be man enough to uproot and move away from this society and take your family away from this society? Then at the end of the day, to sit here and complain about our society or sin,
yeah, it's a good point.
and to not do nothing about it is a bit ridiculous from my point of view. From my stance.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, yeah, I mean, it depends. What what the objective. What your what your goals are as a family.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. What your
Yeah.
what your aims are.
Mhm.
Just you can't say that everybody should just pack their bags and go. It depends on the family really. It depends what you guys want. It depends what what's important to
Bro,
you. What
you can
what you
actually have a
prioritize.
community.
Yeah.
You can actually have, sorry to cut you off. You can actually have a community. Well, I've seen it in the Asian community where they have literally everything they need right there, and they live here amongst everyone else, but they have everything they need, right? Like the kids go to the Islamic school that's just across the street. The kids go to, they play in the park with other kids just like them. It's like they live with us, but they have their own little community where everything they need is.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
That is
that's
a
good.
very good option.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're right. It's a good suggestion. And that's the thing. There's business opportunities there for I think for people for sisters in the community. People in the community. Um, it's the less of the two evil, isn't it? Um, if you if you leave the if the child is looked after, if the child is looked after by somebody from our community, or so, a close member of the community
What
or
do you
something
guys
like that.
about what
Yeah.
what do you think about what FA is saying here?
I definitely wait, let me just read it again. Have you guys thought of the woman just wanting to make her own money and do something for herself? Yeah, definitely. This is a human being who is more than just a wife and a mother. Jazakallah khairan, FA. Salaam alaikum, sister.
Big up FA in the build. Carry on, sis. I think you tackle this one first, man.
Yeah,
Seeing
of
as you're the
course.
only female on the panel. Go ahead, Wallah.
Of course. I think, yeah, we all have needs, right? Men and women, we definitely have needs. And I think in order, maybe this will also tie into the conversation about feminine, how does a woman find her femininity? And we spoke about how it has multi layers. So femininity just doesn't ascribe you to be a mother or a wife, and that's literally all you have to offer the world. It doesn't work that way. There is so many components to it. But for me, as a woman, we have to know that we have a choice in matters. So if I'm now choosing someone who, when it comes to being in partnership with them, it's more about being a support system, because in order for me to be a good support system, then he will perform in a very higher quality, inshallah, when it comes to his work ethics, and the less stress that he has to do what he needs to do in order to be able to provide. So it's a partnership, and I feel like if we choose correctly, inshallah, and we are able to, especially I'm talking about like when the kids are, you're planning to have a family, it's very important for the women to be able to have that space to nurture the child, to teach the child, to elevate the child's consciousness without the extra added pressure of now her having to go to work and leave the child with a childminder or here, there, and everywhere. So I think in that respect, I think it's important that both adults make sacrifices, whether the man needs to get 2 or 3 jobs, whether the woman needs to, educate herself in all different areas, and in order to be able to uplift and develop the child's mind. But yeah, of course, when the children, inshallah, get to a certain age, or if she can, her circumstances afford her to be able to get a job where she needs to, whatever she needs the money for, because at the end of the day, I think if she was to choose correctly, inshallah, and she was to be able to choose someone who could at least match some of the needs that she needs. So I always talk about the 80-20 rule. So there's 80% of like non-negotiables, and there's 20% where I can negotiate on. So, if you needed to go to work and you needed extra money, that's obviously for you. And we know that in Islam, that's your money as well. But for me, I would say look at the bigger picture. What is going to be an asset to your family unit, and what is going to be able to make it easy for you to provide that support system in order for your child's development, inshallah, in the long run, to be self-sustainable.
Yeah,
I
I
think
think that's
I'll
that's a
add
bit
on
of
that. What I would like to add onto that one, sister. Thanks for that. Yeah, is that actually, if you have to actually you have to work together as a team. It's not you versus the other person. It's like you have to have goals together, and you have to make sacrifices together. Um, I think sometimes maybe people perceive looking after children, saying, oh, maybe looking after the children should always take priority. They see them maybe as saying, look, that's all you're good for, and that's all you're gonna do. And there's, you'll never get an opportunity to actually go out to work and make money or even study. It's just, I think if you frame it in that individualistic way, then I think that can be a bit problematic. Where I was saying, what can we do together to take our family forward? What can we, do together to advance the interests of our family? That's so the we, I think, is better than the I or the me.
100%. That's
And
what I was
I think that's
thinking.
quite prevalent. That's quite prevalent. It's always, it's I juxtaposed against I. I think there's a lot of I, a lot of I going on.
Yeah, exactly. You chose to be a
in
mother.
marriages, and I think
If you, yeah,
that's not a healthy way to actually manage a marriage relationship. You're together. You love each other. You're support pillars to each other. You're and ultimately you have a goal and you want to achieve that goal together. Um,
yeah. If
so
you
I think
chose to
that's
be,
yeah,
if you choose
yeah,
to be a wife, or if
yeah,
you choose to be a mother, this is not title. These come with obligations and responsibilities.
yeah.
If your own individualistic idea
Yeah,
prevail
both of you. Yeah, for
is
both of you. Yeah, I
higher,
mean, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
If it's higher, then you being a wife and a mother, you want to have your own idea. This mother and wife should come first to you than being, a guy wouldn't want to necessarily have to, work 5 6 days a week, but he knows that his responsibility to his family is more important than his own individual. He might feel like he just wants
Exactly.
to chill
Like
and
that's
watch
a good point. Yeah,
TV.
there's a lot. Yeah,
He,
yeah.
he might
We,
he might feel like he wants to chill and watch TV all day, but he
yeah,
knows that he's got obligations. He
yeah,
chose those
yeah. It's
obligations.
not.
He chose
Yeah,
to get married, and he chose to have people that he has to support. He can't just turn off and say, "Look, I want to have my own individual idea and go stroll through the park." No,
yeah,
you have
it's
obligations
yeah.
now.
Yeah, it's not fun going out to work and
No,
doing
but
10
this is
hours a
kind of an
day.
independent mindset now. You're thinking
Yeah,
about. You shouldn't be just thinking about yourself. You're a group
that's
now.
what I
You're a
was saying.
team
Yeah,
now.
it's more. Yeah, it's the family together.
It's about how do we
Couple,
run a
your
successful
future, your
household.
children. Yes, building civilization, building, inshallah, building a home. Together. So definitely the we, that pronoun is better than the I pronoun. You know what I mean? I think that's an issue for a lot of people in the community. Though I think a lot of marriages that they somehow they're not centered the right way. Um,
Can I also just
Inshallah,
add
gone.
to also, like, definitely Sister Faye also said she agrees that, when the children are young, they need their mother. And definitely I think most mothers would, inshallah, be wanting to stay with their kids. The other thing that came to my mind as I was reading the comment and obviously listening to you brothers was that, even as the children grow up a little bit, I think also something just to tie back into the whole conversation about femininity is that a woman, she loses her identity. Because I think Brother Mustafa also said, there are sacrifices, and also Brother Ibrahim, that when you come together, there is a common goal that is between you two. And this is where now you forego both of your rights. The man has to do things that he doesn't want to do necessarily, vice versa, the woman. But I feel like once the children get to a certain age where they can maybe, be a little bit more self-sufficient, I do feel like as the woman, it's also equally equally important for her to find things that nourish her other than the children and the family, because when she sacrifices, there is what tends to happen in a lot of, not a lot, but some marriages where conflict arises, is that the mother now becomes almost resentful because she's gone through a lot of psychological changes. Her body looks different. Maybe that romance and that love at the beginning of the relationship that was very juicy and energizing her wasn't, is not as accessible anymore because now they've both sacrificed. So I think it's just as equally important that a woman does find other ways to almost self-regulate, where she's just not a mother or just a wife, where she nourishes the feminine
Do you think
aspect
that
of
comes from a
herself.
job though, sister?
It doesn't come from a job, but I think it comes from a passion. So if that passion turns into a job, then I think it's a positive thing, because it's not so much about the money, and maybe not looking at it from a very egocentric perspective, but it's more so for her mental well-being. And in order for her to pour back into the family, there is this need for her to have a hobby or
That's a good point.
start
Yeah,
up her
very
own
good point.
business.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like start up her own business, or do something that she finds passion in, that could also give her a sense of self. Because I think when people get in relationships, they almost merge as one, and it's like they become this like integrated, that everything's integrated: money, problems, bills, issues, conflict, children, and both people, men and women, almost kind of get overwhelmed, because nobody really gives you a manual on how to be a parent, right? Everybody can tell you do this, do that, but once you're in that experience, it's very different. Subhanallah, and we all have various different challenges and tests that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts in front of us individually, that are tailored to our own uniqueness. So I think it's just as important as well to find yourself in the midst of this whole process as well.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think especially if a person has got a valuable skill to contribute to the community. You have a lot of highly qualified actually mothers, in various fields actually, who can benefit
Yeah,
the community.
I believe as long as your responsibilities.
You can actually benefit the community. Benefit the country. You can actually go beyond, go beyond and above. This was just raising children and taking care of a family. You're right. And also, I think also having, or cultivating habits that you enjoy, or pursuing habits that you enjoy. You enjoy. If you like going to the gym, find time to go to the gym. If you like, if you like writing, or whatever, just you're pursuing your own, your own passions, your own hobbies and your own interests as well. It doesn't have to necessarily be related to to money, or creating wealth or anything like that. Yeah, or even memorize the Quran. It's just learning Arabic, or really, whatever ignites you, whatever inspires you, whatever interests you.
Yeah. No, I feel like as long as your primary responsibilities are taken care of, it's important. I feel like it's very good for you to have something else, to like an outlet, like another outlet for yourself.
Yeah, personal development. If you want to develop yourself personally, if you haven't, if you want to go back to education, it's yeah. I mean, I think that will all benefit. I think even even the children, even the husband himself actually, it's beneficial for all of them.
Yeah, I think the best scenario would probably be, something like an online business brand or something like that. Trying to do something from home would probably be the best option.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, whatever is suitable for
That's what they want to do,
person,
business.
feasible. Yeah, for that person. Yeah.
Even like just some ideas that maybe we could throw there, as you guys were sharing, is, even becoming taking like a women's course to become a nutritionist, or
Absolutely.
learning
Yeah.
how to become a fitness instructor
Yeah.
or
Exactly.
a
Exactly.
martial art
Yeah.
teacher,
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah.
and be
Excellent.
able to benefit, like
Martial art
do
teacher.
a women's circle where
Yeah.
you can rent a
Stuff like
hall
that.
and get some sisters,
Yeah.
contribute a little bit of money, and
Yeah.
and that's also a way of you exercising this body that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so you can kill, like, so many birds with one stone when you
Yeah.
think about the growth and the personal development, the journey that you could embark on, where
Yeah.
it's just far more removed from just being a mother. Because the other thing as well is, I feel like when a lot of parents, or when a woman's born, or a young girl's born, she almost gets groomed into this caretaker role, and it's really
No.
difficult for her once she gets the children, and she gets married and gets the children, to almost like find an alternative to herself. And
Yeah.
who is she? What gifts lie within her that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uniquely gave to her as a blueprint, because we're all walking around with gifts, alhamdulillah, but when we don't cultivate and when we don't dig those out within our inner being, then there becomes an issue. So I definitely think even becoming a supply teacher, it's only a couple of hours a week. You could, benefit, like you said, the ummah. If you learn the Quran, you could maybe volunteer or work
Yeah.
part-time in an Islamic school, where you'd be able to, provide tajweed classes, and think of, the akhirah as well. Like you're earning so much reward. You're bringing barakah to your family. Maybe it's not through finances, but it's through the prayers and all the good deeds that you've done. So subhanallah, there's so much as women we could do to utilize our time, because
And
sometimes,
talent. Yeah. Exactly. Time and
yeah,
talent. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I know so many, like, of Somali women who are a lot older, and now the kids have, like, moved out or gone to uni, or
Yeah.
whatever their circumstances are. Subhanallah, they literally don't know what to do with themselves. So instead, what they do is they save up their money, or they get into a hagbad, and then every so often, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, they'll go to Somalia, or they'll build a house in Somalia, because they haven't learned to build themselves, internally, and they don't have the sense of self that they should.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, when we die, we're standing in front of Allah on our own. The children
Yeah.
are not going to be there, the husband, but the rights that they have upon you will be questioned. You will definitely be questioned about that. So, like the brother said, make sure your priorities are in check, and at the same time, also prioritize yourself.
Yeah. I think the man. I think the same kind of. I think it's certainly to a certain extent. I think the same thing applies to men as well. I think a lot of men just work, and until they basically drop. It's like you're just so focused on providing for your family, protecting your children, and just make sure they're okay and they're safe, and they are taken care of. But actually, you forget about yourself. You become socially stagnant. Even it's almost even your professional skills become stunted, and you somehow become just too busy to pursue your own your interests and your hobbies as well. So I think I think the same kind of certain extent the same goes for the men as well. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of men have been working, just doing stuff, and they some of them haven't had the time to actually even, to go to college, or or school to learn English, or to develop themselves socially. So if I think yeah, I think a lot of men have similar issues as well.
That is definitely true. I think it's just as equally important for both. Thank you for adding to that.
Yeah.
So I think the moderator, I don't know where he's gone. He
Where's he
normally
gone?
I think somebody
throws
got.
a little spank,
I think somebody
This
got.
guy is still fuming
how
from
it
that feminist.
works.
Yeah. Is it? What's he? It's probably gone to sleep, Khalid.
I hope he hasn't.
You
Subhanallah.
know.
I don't know who's going to be running the show if he's gone to sleep. Subhanallah. So then maybe, I don't know, what else? Do you guys feel like we've exhausted this topic, or do you think there's anything else that we could add, or maybe questions that, I
Yeah, I
mean,
think we
Ridley's
went
up
through
in
this.
here. Sorry?
Yeah, I think we went through this a few times.
Yeah, it's like back and forth,
We can
isn't
move
it?
on to something else.
Do you know what is quite interesting for me is that Ridley, may Allah reward him,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
on the panel and not contributing, but yet he's out here
He's
talking
going
about
in
how
on the
this
chat.
is, yeah, this is for a price and God knows what else.
Oh
So
my days.
No, I mean, look,
Ridley,
Ridley, explain
what
yourself,
is
man.
going on?
Come on, man.
whoa, in the comments?
Yeah, man, what's going on in the
You're
comments, man?
popping in the comment. I'm gonna put on my American accent. Y'all popping, you know.
Nah, nah, nah. I'm
You're
just, you know what I mean?
Canadian.
I'm just trying to teach young men, you know what I mean? Stay in the game, you know what I mean? Be woke, man. You know, you can't be enlightened. You can't be out here
Explain
falling
it
for
to
the.
them, man. They listening.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, man. You know, marriage is a dead institution. There's more kids being born out of wedlock than there are from marriage. That just
That's a
tells you
Western marriage,
why.
bro. Legally, Islamic is something that we is not the same personally.
But let me just say this. Let me say this.
Yeah.
All right. You can get what you want from a marriage without even getting married. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
If
The
you
sex, the children, everything, all of that. But what's the only reason why people get married is only because it's smart. That's how you raise a kid in a nuclear family because better
and
like that.
Islamically, obviously, Islamically is the major thing. If it wasn't
And
for
watch
that, really, truly, yeah.
even the last couple of days, you know, women are starting to do what they want to do, and they expect us to forget about their past. You know, no one wants to forget about that. No one wants to forget about your criminal. You know, it's like a criminal, right? If you have a criminal history, everyone's gonna remember that. You're not gonna get hired for a job. They can't trust you. Same thing
You're
with
saying you
women. You
do a
can't trust a
criminal check.
woman that was. Yeah, facts. You have to background check her as soon as she says. Because if a man had access to her for free or half price, and you paying a whole dowry, you paying for the kids doing it, and then you get divorced, you look like a goofy.
Yeah, well, that's
Yo,
how
Ridley,
men think.
do me a
Yeah.
favor. I'm trying to get rid of one of your chats. I beg you, don't ever put them pussy cheap all that. Can you delete all of them, please?
What?
Can you retract your statements, man? Come on, man. Stop saying pussy's cheap, pussy's affordable. 2000. Not on my chat, bro. Not on my chat, brother.
Yeah, slay up. Show the Ridley.
Slaya, man. Hishod,
When
man.
the Somali
Women.
message. When the Somali message.
I can't do it. So please, can you just retract your statements for me, brother, please?
وحوين واحد تقول لسه أديك واحد تقول بود كان لسه يو وحين
I'm
كان
just saying
أديك
the truth.
واحد تقول لسه أنيو أقصدي
You guys can't get offended, man, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It's the truth. You have to get the truth out.
No, but what
like, you know
Ridley's
what I mean?
saying is, you know what he's saying is how
That language is
how
vulgar,
men
man.
think.
Come on.
No, not like that.
Better than that, brother.
I'm not talking about what he's saying in the language, but what he said just right now that, you know, if a man knows that another man had access to a woman for free and then he has to pay full price, he feels like an idiot. That's how men think. They're called cost benefit calculators.
You see,
Well,
look what she said.
all right, let's make
Who are
this
you to judge?
interesting.
Yeah.
So Ridley, sorry, I kind of missed what you said the last bit, and I just caught of what Mustafa, I think, mentioned about what you said. Could you just clarify for me something in terms of your last statement? Can you just repeat it?
Yeah, basically, I was saying that why would you invest in a woman who's been accessible to a different type of men, multiple different men, for free or half price, while you're gonna pay a big ass dowry, invest in the marriage and all the money just for the long run to get divorced and lose everything, while the dudes will make fun of you and laugh at you. You know, there are men out here who are wife and girls who've done craziness inside stairwells and behind of a Honda Civic, 2006 Honda Civic, you know, all types of craziness, bro. Like, and then look at these girls like FA who's destroying, who's saying stupidness. I told you already before who you are to judge. Who are you to judge if Allah has forgiven her? How do you know Allah forgive her? What do you mean? You know what I mean? Like, you don't know that. Like, what are you talking about? We call these people the Ramadan Muslims. They're out here going to the club doing madness. It's the 30 days they're wearing hijab. Don't judge her. Don't do this. What do you mean don't judge? I'm definitely gonna judge you. What? Be real. Be real. If you know you don't wear the hijab, don't wear it.
Salam alaikum, Sister FA.
Oh, here we
Walaikum
go. Here
salam,
we
guys.
go.
How are
Look
you
at this.
guys?
The enemy.
Yeah, I'm alright. What
Alaikum
enemy,
salam.
man?
Behind the Honda Civic, bro, that made me laugh.
Guys, no,
Listen.
but you know what? All I want to say is, yeah, this is the
Sis,
point that
can you say something? Sis, not all guys. I hate this.
no.
Like, some people
Okay,
are getting at me.
sorry.
Let's
No,
be
I'm talking.
Pacific. Ridley.
Yeah,
I
Ridley.
beg you, never put none of them things in my chat again, please, man. New in Bata, yeah? Right?
All I want to
Broski.
say
Man, I
is
thought this was
no,
a
but
free space, man.
Nah, there ain't no free space to be. You know, listen. Fix your language. Conduct yourself, young man. Simple. I'm not gonna argue this again. You know, how could a chat get Lali? Just carry on, Sister Faye.
and all I'm gonna say is, you know how this topic came up before, and I've said this before. If someone, and I'm gonna say it again, if someone, because we're all sinners, every single person that Allah has created is a sinner. If someone made a mistake and they did whatever they did, that's between them and Ilahi. If that person has repented and Ilahi forgiven them, who are you as a human being to then turn around and say to that person, you are this and you are that, and because you're I'm not even going to repeat what was said, but because you're this and because you're that and you did this with a guy and you did that. If that person was forgiven by Ilahi, just deep it. Who are you to then say, I'm not going to forgive you? Ilahi has already forgiven that person.
But you're not marriageable though. That's the reality.
That's not
smart
that's
man.
if Ilahi has written for that person to get married, they will get married. They will get married.
No,
They will get
God
married
wouldn't
to
want
whoever
you
is
to marry
being
her.
written for them. You as a human being have no right to turn around and judge that person based
I
on
have a
their
right.
sin. You don't. You're a human being.
Yes, I
You're
do.
a sinner
What do you
No,
mean?
but
yourself.
sister, what he's saying is that we're not saying that that person is gonna go hell or is gonna get punished for it.
Yeah.
But that
He's
what
saying
what
nobody
happened
should
there?
marry her. He's saying
Yes,
nobody.
nobody.
But who are
Smart
you
man
to say that as a human being?
She's less desirable than a virgin.
Less
In your
desirable. She's not
eyes.
even the
In your
option. She's
eyes.
not even the option. She's not
To
even on the
any
list.
man, to any man, to any man.
Any smart
But
man. Smart man. That's
that's
Muslim.
how humans think. Wallah. If
Yes.
somebody that's your preference. Just say that's my preference. Do not say to any man.
No,
That's
but that's
wrong.
men's
Who are you to
preference.
speak for all men? Who are you to speak for all men? And furthermore, why are we judging people based on their sin? If Eli has forgiven them, that's it. It's got nothing to do with
Wow. You
me,
see, she's
you,
basically
or
saying
anybody.
wife. You're basically
It's
saying
got
wife
nothing
or
to do
girl.
with us.
She's basically saying wife or girl that had a past. No,
No, I'm
I'm
not
not gonna
saying
allow you
I'm
to
not.
say some
What
dumbness.
whoever you marry, that's your choice. But what I don't agree with is you coming on this platform saying girls are like this and they're like that, and if a girl does this, nobody should marry her. That is not for you to say. That is not for you to say. That's all I'm gonna say. That's it.
So women are allowed to say don't marry a man that doesn't do this, that doesn't do that, and I'm not allowed to say don't marry a woman.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
That
They
went to 11
shouldn't.
guys in one sitting, in one night. I can't
The
say that.
same
Like,
goes for women. Women should not judge someone based on their sin. If Ilahi has forgiven them, they're already been
look at this
forgiven. That sin
foolishness,
doesn't
man.
even exist anymore. So who are you as
Yes,
a
it does
human
exist. What do you
being?
mean? The man went in
You,
there.
what Kadisa, what Harta, you're a human being, we're nothing. Who are we to then go around judging each other? It doesn't
So
make
let me ask
sense.
you a question. So a man that committed murder and sexual assault, he's forgiven too. We forget about his past. We move on. Doesn't exist.
If Ilahi has
If the
forgiven
law's
that
dealing with
person,
him, say if the law has dealt with
yeah.
him, yeah, and the guy has repented, and he everybody, you don't know, like at the end of the day, look, listen, we're all sinners. You get where I'm coming from, Ridley, yeah. But you're trying to say, look, at the end of the day, don't marry her. Is that what the angles you're coming from?
My
Full
angle
stop.
not only it doesn't make sense to marry an individual who can't pair bond or who already had access to another man. It doesn't make sense even because you as a man, you have to be rational. Don't be moving with your emotions and your feelings. Look at the future. You're about to put money on this. You're about to put your finances on this. You're about to have a kid with this. You know what I mean? How do you want your child to come out of a womb that was already accessed by foreign men, by other men? Be honest. That's up to you. If you want to do it, do it. But she's coming
Do
off
you know
this
what is
angle.
Khalid?
She's making
Yeah.
men try to say, "Oh, don't worry, do this, do that, forgive the woman, don't care." It's none of my business what she did, but it is my business not to invest in it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. The thing is also you don't know if the person Allah has forgiven that person. You don't actually know that, so
Bro.
you can't actually
I'll
say
tell
that.
you what.
Let me
I'll tell
just
you
say
what
this.
it comes
You
down
don't
to,
really
bro.
know whether only Allah knows whether Allah has
said.
forgiven that person or not.
This is what Rick Ross said. God
And
forgive,
we
I
have to
don't.
judge you by your actions. That's it. That's how
Exactly.
else are we gonna make an informed decision?
Yeah, but say if the person's actions repented, and we
If the person has changed,
no, but that's what I'm saying. No, but this is where I'm coming from. Look, at the end of the day, say if the person's repented, Berry waxay haan jireen. Let's put it this way. Waxay berry haan jireen, yeah.
Yeah.
But this person toobad ilaahay baa qofkan la tusay. In other words, inantii qof mu'min bay noqotay.
Yeah, you can say the person has repented. That's fine. The person
And you
is
can
saying,
see qofkii imikii
Yeah,
wixii
yeah.
inanta samayn jirtay may samayn jireen wada halaagsan bay ku socota.
That's
Alla ku
fine.
dhashay, like, who would you should come on? There has to be a bit of, where's your naharis? Where's your sort of, you know what? I'm a sinner as well.
No. The thing is, he's saying he's gonna make a decision. Yeah, he's gonna make a decision about that person based on previous behaviors. That's all he's saying.
Can I say one thing? Yeah. Can I say one thing? If you
Go ahead. Let FA come through. Let FA come
if
through.
we as human beings cannot even forgive, how do you expect Ilahi to forgive you on the day of Judgment Day? When you stand in front of Allah,
forgiveness.
how do you? You are, because you're basically saying, I'm going to judge someone based on their history, based on what a mistake that they've made from before.
Come on.
You know how if you're going to
judge. Sister. The thing is, you're coming from a woman's perspective. Let me tell you how men see it. Let me tell you how men see it now.
Yeah. That's
okay. This is the man's brain. Okay, and I'm not comparing women to certain things, but listen, a man, what he wants from a woman is access to her. If he feels like one man paid £5 and he has to pay £20, he feels like he's making a bad deal. He feels like he's getting ripped off. That's how he feels. So right now, if somebody sells a car to you, and say if someone sold the car to your friend, and they sold it for £1,000, and then I buy the same car the next day and it's worth 5,000. And then I ask my friend, how much you buy it for? 1,000, and me 5. I feel like I got ripped off.
Facts, bro.
But you're talking about
the thing is,
you're talking about an object and a human being.
It's not even
You're talking about an object and a human being.
It's not about money.
I told you, I'm not comparing it. I'm not comparing women to
that. Do it like this. Take two women. One slept with 3 to 5 men. The other one hasn't slept with anyone. They both have the same quality. You like them both. Who are you going for? Just be real.
Yeah. The thing is,
that's how. Everybody's going for the one that has no violence.
Yeah. No, that's a good. Yeah, no, I hear you. Yes, it's a good point. It's a good point, man. Yeah, I hear where you came from.
Yeah, so the thing is, we're not talking about how God is going to deal with them. We're talking about,
man. You can have body counts, and men should still love you and not judge you. Everyone gets judged. Why are you lying to the world? If I see someone, they're moving like a bum, I'm thinking them like they're a bum. If I see someone,
but the thing is, this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Why men think like this? The thing is, I believe hypergamy is a good thing for women. The reason why I think like that as a man, because the women want to get the man that's the best, so it makes men compete to the top. Just like this, it's telling women, look, don't sleep around and whatnot. If you want a good man, don't be doing these things. It's a good thing that men think like this.
Bro, it's not even that. Just look at it like this. Why would you want to invest in a female that was accessible to a guy? He had his fun with her. He got everything, and now you're getting leftovers, and then you're not getting the best version of this female. She can't pair bond. How do you think a woman that was able to not make any? This is not a woman that had long-term committed relationship. This is a woman that had one-night stands and had sex with different men indiscriminately.
That's different. That's the worst though. You're talking about not the average, like that. Just maybe
that is the average. Most of these women, we don't know what they do because they're.
Oh no, really, that's a bit too much now, man. Come on,
I don't think that's the average.
That's going a bit too far, man.
Somali,
I think they're not
sleeping around.
Yeah, that's going a bit too far there. You don't know, man. That's. I think that's going over the top, man.
Okay, you know what? Because I'm a gambler, right? I gamble a lot. I'm gonna put $1,000 that 10 years. What I said comes to fruition. I'm gonna be old. I'm gonna be 40, 35. I told y'all. They're getting younger and younger with this shit. I'm gonna tell you.
But you can't make a sweeping statement. I mean, what the specific issue you're talking about is.
But I see this as like woman saying like
everyone is popping up on OnlyFans. 1 out of 4 females have one, I think, probably 1 out of 5, bro. It's becoming crazy. Just like how men want to sell drugs, women want to sell their bodies. It's equivalent. It's becoming popular, Abti. Like it's just the norm. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, depending on the culture and the people, there's a lot of these women do these type of stuff. This is what I'm trying to say. This, you know what I mean? This is the facts.
Yeah, but hopefully, not our girls, man. The
Bro,
majority of them are bright, man. I don't know about I don't know where you are really, man.
ignorance is bliss, up to ignorance is bliss.
No, seriously, man. That's yeah, but that's negativity, like next level, man.
Negativity or
Next,
facts and constant research, countless hours of
come on, you haven't met you haven't met every single. Come on, that's
I mean,
you're
you're
making
right, I
a
haven't met, but at the
that's
same time,
generalization, man. Massive generalization. Yeah, come on, yeah, just hold your horses, man, a little bit.
Can I just also add my little 2 cents? Khalid, did you want to say something?
No, throw your 2 cents. Did I miss something? I just come back from the toilet. Go on, sis. All I
I
hear
think
is
we've
Imran
got a new
saying,
panelist. I don't know, maybe if they want to
yeah,
chime in.
Mahmoud Shita. Now let
Yeah.
him, he'll come in after.
No, I'm just listening. Go on, sis.
Yeah, he's got a different perspective as well on this. So carry on, sis.
So firstly, like Ridley, I think the statements you're making, for me, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and it sounds very just very like an unhealthy mindset to have, like even from and this is what I hope, with all due respect, there's no like, you know, any kind of I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, because if that's the premise that you have or that's how you feel about women, it's very dangerous. It really is dangerous to have that mindset, because I know you're saying, you know, hopefully not all women, but you're saying that, you know, the way society is going, this is what the future holds. And to be honest with you, we know when Ilahi forgives someone. When Ilahi forgives someone, you spoke about like, would a woman go with someone who's a murderer and who's this and who's that? You know, to be honest, the people that were the companions to the Prophet, peace be upon him, they did the most horrendous crimes, things that you and me will never do, inshallah, right? And that time as well, we talk about sexuality being, you know, hyper sexualized in the society, but at the time it was actually far worse. Like imagine they had no water, right? No sanitized water. They would drink alcohol 24/7. So these people in Mecca, they were high as a kite, right? And on top of that, women at that time were prostitutes. They sold their body. That's how they made a living. And we're talking about people that didn't have you know, a god that they worshipped idols, all of these things. And even as I hear you speak, part of me can, I guess, almost to some respect empathize with what you're saying, because I can also see how society is moving. But then at the same time, it's almost as if there's this despair. And sometimes we have to understand that the words we use and how we speak, it has energetic vibration. It vibrates, you know, it could it impacts us. It also causes disharmony within ourselves internally. This is not the truth. Yeah, there might be the truth for some people, but this is not the truth for everybody. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgives. You know, there were people that killed women, like the babies, brand new babies, females. They would go and bury them, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgave them. And there were highway robbers, there were murderers. And right now we take our religion from those companions who submitted to Allah and who made tawbah, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgave them. And how you can tell when someone has redeemed and repented from their sins, you see it in a way where their life transforms. So you see that they're not around the same circle. You notice that, you know, their presence, their aura, everything about them is very much different. They are going towards a purpose in life. They're not just aimlessly wandering. And even when we look at, you know, I'm trying to think of, because you made so many statements, subhanAllah, and comments that I'm trying to grasp in my head to try and maybe answer some of them while
You're
we're in
not the
this
only one.
discussion.
I need to look back on the stream, man. Ridley, boy, what the hell did you do? Carry on, sis.
And the other thing as well that I wanted to highlight was that, you know, like we might individually have a negative experience with someone, or something might have, you know, startled us or caused some kind of cognitive dissonance in our mental process. But in saying that, it's not something that I feel like we should spew out into the, especially this kind of platform where you're sitting here right now and I'm a woman. I'm not offended. Alhamdulillah, I'm not offended because I know what you're saying doesn't apply to me. And inshallah, I know the other sister who's on the panel, inshallah, feels the same way. But I think maybe the reason why there is this lack of understanding from us or some people on the panel is because what you're saying, it's almost as if it's like you're brainwashing people that are on, because there's people I saw in the chats that agreed with you, some people that were like, yeah, marriage is kind of destined for it doesn't matter about marriage. I can't really recall exactly, but various different comments that were made. And I feel like we have to be answerable to this. And I'm sorry, I might sound like a bit of a party pooper, and sometimes it's nice to get people's attention and talk about things that are controversial and speak a certain way, because obviously it gets people psyched up. But I feel like having that on this air or on this platform is we're going to have people that are going to watch it, subhanallah, young people. And it's very disheartening for a sister to sit here and listen to someone, especially a brother, who thinks so almost as if they're nothing. And yeah, this is the other point as well. Sorry, I was almost talking in circles, but the other point I wanted to make is we have to look at the ego. You referenced something about paying £100 or £1,000 for a car compared to someone else, and they got a better deal, and why should you lose out and all of this stuff. And when we think about it, it's like the way that I'm hearing you is almost from a very egocentric space. And forgive me, that might not be the case, but that's just the impression that I'm getting from you. And the reason why I say that is because when we almost get brainwashed by society and we look at one another as we're almost this kind of object, and that I need to get, we all have purposes. I might not want to marry someone who's come out of prison for whatever reason. You have the same right not to marry a woman who's had multiple partners. But I feel like when you say that person doesn't have value, I feel like that's where we're going a bit too far now. We all have inherent value, all of us, until the day we die. In the eyes of Allah, we are all valuable. Yes, we might not appeal to some people, and definitely our sins should definitely not be defining us as well. Because if someone made Toba, they rectified their situation, best believe, like, having that kind of mentality, you might meet a sister who you, for whatever reason, madly fall in love with, and best believe that sister karma is going to come back to you, and she would find some fault, something in you. And that's how sometimes we call for our hearts to be broken and to fall into these traps where now we're almost swearing ourselves off men or off women, and we're like, oh my god, all men are trash and all women are disgusting and they're trash. Like, people who talk like that, for me, I get really worried, because I know there's psychologically something that is not right, because that's not the experience that we should have in reality, especially when we're people of faith.
Definitely, brother
Can I
Mohammed.
just clap for the sister? Thank you, because I'm not really good with my words, but you just said it. You just said exactly what I was trying to say. So thank you.
You're welcome, and you're good with your words, mashallah. And brother Ridley as well, with his opinion. We're all good.
Brother Mohammed, as as a married man with 3 kids, do you want to
sorry,
have
can I
chime
just
in?
make a point? I don't really. You can speak for yourself. I'm not sure if you said. I'm not sure if Ridley said the person doesn't have a value.
Yeah,
he was just taking it. He just took a position on a particular person. I mean,
they want me to accept the woman for who she is, and I don't want to. I'm gonna judge you just like you judge me. If I'm a bum and have no money and I'm seen as not, that's gonna motivate me to be better. But with women, they want us to forgive them and look past. No, that's the beta. That's sim. I'm part of the red pill community. I'm woken up. Like, I'm out here. I'm not trying to bother you nothing. If I know a woman, if I see a man about to marry a woman and I know she has a past, I'm gonna say, buddy, word on the street is such and such does this, such and such does that. So if I was you, I would watch out and eye that. I grew up around men that would laugh at other men, wifing or dating women that were dealt with, that were doing some madness with other men. This is where we come from. This is the generation. This is what we're trying to say. I'm trying to say, just wake up. These women got hidden passes. They didn't want to. If women were honest, then it's a different situation. If you're gonna lie and hide your shit, no one wants you, bro. That's just what I'm.
I just want to know, really, where do you look for women?
Ridley?
Where do you find these women?
You turn the table around.
My brother, everywhere I go outside, this is what
That's
they are.
social media, man. To me, hearing what you're saying, to me, it's almost like a myth because I don't go on social media. I live in the real world. I don't see these things that you see. I hear about them here and there. I don't really see them. And secondly, back in the day, we used to just marry, man. Why you think too much about it? It's part of your deen. You don't have to marry, but it calms you down. You know, I got married quite young, and like I said, bro, you know, a lot of these brothers here, come on, yeah. I'm not saying no names. A lot of them seem to think that once you marry someone, that person will cheat. A, might cheat, the potential of cheating. B, the potential of leaving you for someone richer. How realistic is that in this day and age? Please tell me. Unless you married some porn star, supermodel, or whichever girls you look at in Instagram, we look for the modest ones. Hijabi, mashallah, like someone who comes from a good background, good family, both two parents households. These are the things we look for in wives. I don't know where you. I don't know. I'm a bit confused, man.
Do you think women would date a blue collar man if she has the education and like she's a white collar position? Do you think she'll date a blue collar?
Depends on it depends on you.
I mean, I'm just seeing.
Depends if you have class or you just, you know. I mean, like, brother, there's someone out there for everybody. A girl who has a past, it's not my business, man. If someone marries her, good for her. You know, that's how I look at things. I'm not saying, oh, I'm not gonna go to, oh, don't marry her, blah blah blah. You come across as a waste, man. Excuse my French. You would, because if that works for her, it works for her. There's someone out there for everybody. Even you, as extreme as you are, I'm sure you'll find someone who's as extreme as you are and might be compatible and almost good citizen. But I think a lot of the people, a lot of the mandem now, I think they're just scared of getting married because of all the divorces that they see, you know, within our own communities. And then you get, huh?
No, I don't think there is incentive to get married. Do you think some men are financially not stable and plus as well?
That's one thing as well.
Both.
Yes, that's also another thing.
I think it's both.
It is, but a lot of them, because they see a lot of these big
and then the
weddings
sisters they want. What do you think about that? The sister they want has achieved.
Yeah.
So all of that mixes up.
They feel left behind. That's what it is. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like some of the guys that. Go ahead, sis.
Well, can I just say, we can all sit here and say no this and yes that and no to this, right? Like when you meet someone that potentially could meet some of your needs, right? There's something called trauma bonding. So if you're rigid, like completely got engulfed with trauma, you're going to meet someone that you can play out those, you know, old scripts with. So the likes of like this whole construct of like red pill, blue pill, I don't know how many pills and collars and God knows what is out there, and feminine and masculine and whatever.
Never even heard of these phrases until I come on this panel, to be honest. See, this is what I'm saying. I live in a real world.
Man.
I live in the real world, man. On social media. You know, that's just me anyway. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Go on.
There's a lot of, you know, some ugly stuff out there.
And that's why you choose to go on there, right?
And I think
selective,
Mahmoud, and I think the rest of the panelists, I think it's a generation thing as well, you know.
I think so as well.
I hate to say, you know, a generation that just grew up on social media is different.
Yeah,
it is a bit different.
I agree.
You know, talking like Ridley is crazy, man. He's not crazy.
Let the sister come through. Let sister talk. Finish up.
Ridley is not crazy, and I can, like I said, I can empathize with Ridley, and I could, in my mind, I could understand I can't understand, but I can imagine where he's coming from, because especially with the youth, as the brothers just mentioned, we have social media, we have this massive disconnect between morality and having principles and, you know, what we value in life, right? And the thing that I was what I wanted to address earlier was about this whole blue pills and all these pill stuff, right? What happens with the likes of Kevin Samuels and the women who also...
I think a lot of, I think a lot of the brothers who come here, sister, sound like Kevin Samuels. Oh, they've listened to him too much to a point where it's like a student of his. I'm just saying.
You know, the thing is, you know when I started playing the brother, innit, yeah? He was on about 300,000. Now he's on $1 million dead hard, bro. So
look at that. You promoted him.
I mean, no, I didn't promote him. There's something working. Sorry, sister therapy and you guys here. There's something working. with them type
The
of
reason why
character.
he's working is because he is a good entertainer. He's a good entertainer. And on top of that, he's working because women are silly and stupid enough to be calling up his show, talking about things, thinking that, oh my God, if I get his approval, you know, he's going to think like every time a woman comes on, all he does is entertain people. He doesn't talk about anything substance. I honestly believe he has a hatred for women, and
Oh
a lot of
wow.
these I do. And
Femininity.
the
You know the
women
thing.
who talk about women getting the bag and using, you know, your feminine wilds and whatever, I also think they have a hatred for men and they have a hatred for women. Because for me, I feel like anyone with any kind of common sense, they would not put themselves in a platform where they have to degrade and diminish another human being in order for them to feel valued or validated. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, for me, I don't think I'm not saying I agree with him on every little thing, but I think the more of the enemies to the women are those that you know them guys also Derek Jackson type people. The people that tell the women everything they want to hear. They
Of
tell
course,
them,
and
"Don't
then he was
worry,
having an
you're
affair for like 12 years.
no, 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 exactly. But the women will round around him like, yes, we love this guy. You know, he's telling us £400 and we deserve to get, you know, a millionaire. It doesn't, you know, these are the things they wanted to hear. And the thing is, they'll never get no outcomes. All he's gonna do is entertain their delusions. If you really want outcomes, when you're in the wrong, sometimes when you're going through therapy, you should know. Sometimes it's gonna be hurtful things like that you hear.
But the thing is, there's a way. So when we talk about therapy, there's a, there's a very there's a structured way where you help someone. So if you come into therapy and I talk to someone like Kevin Samuel does, best believe I wouldn't have a business. Nobody would come and see me because everybody would be like, yes, I get maybe I'm a bit messed up. And yes, I get that there is some value to what you're saying to me. But when you're doing it in a way where I'm gonna, it's like imagine Somali dinner, right? I'm sure when we were all younger, like our parents would be like, you know what, Walal Kagawain, your older brother, look, he's good, he's this, your cousin, you know, she started driving or he started getting a banging job or whatever, right? So it's like when people compare you to other people, when people tell you that you don't have a value based on the fact that, you know, your hair, you've got to weave or, and plus I don't, you know, condone weaves or whatever, but I'm just saying like when people use the physical, Kevin Samuels, he's very strategic and he is what did he do before for a living? He was
Image
he
consultant.
dressed up people, image consultant. So he's very good at giving you the right package, right? How to develop the right package and how to put a bow and make it look pretty. But internally it's a shell. There's nothing of substance that that person's going to have other than exactly what we're talking about here. Oh, red pill, you need to be awoke and you need to do this and you need to do that. That's not being awoke. Like being awoke is knowing that you need to raise your frequency, you need to raise your consciousness, not sit here trying to separate spirituality from the physical. We have three components to us. When we take the spiritual out of anything, we're always going to fall short because the physical is a temporary thing. Yes, okay, today you look amazing. Tomorrow you're going to get old. What are you going to do? How are you going to maintain the looks? Okay, yes, so go and get a six-figure job or build a, you know, a company, whatever, and become a CEO. Okay, what happens when earthquake strikes or, you know,
But
Allah
sister,
sends some masiba to you and everything gets destroyed?
yeah.
Like, you know, so when we're building on sandcastles is an issue. But for me, what I have the most issue with, and this is where inshallah I want to be talking to our sisters with kindness and love, is when we stop seeking validation, we as women unfortunately lack self-awareness. And when we lack self-awareness and we don't have any self-esteem, we will go to the likes of Kevin Samuels, Derek Jackson, every other Jackson and Kevin that's on the internet because we don't have no guidance. That's the whole premise of
The
this
thing is on
topic,
this sister,
being a feminine.
yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry, sorry. Just to say that I he's not a therapist, so he's not really dealing with everyone's traumas and whatnot. But what I think is very important is no men are visual. Okay, they want to. The outside package is what's most important. We don't want to know your inside if we don't like the outside. Let's be honest. If we don't like the appearance of it and we don't like the outside, we don't want to know what's inside. So
But
dealing with
who's
the
we?
outside. we as men.
Okay, can I just say
Yeah, but
sorry
there's, like I
without
said, there's
rudely
something out there
interrupting
for
you?
everyone, though. You know.
No, can I just
Okay,
say,
so
okay, you
you're
said
gonna
you
try and
don't
get to
like
know
the
some.
outside.
Yeah.
You said
Huh?
you don't like, you said if you don't like the outside, then you're not gonna, I guess, take things further, right? Okay, that's fine. I'll fix the outside.
I'm
I'll
saying
go
men,
to,
men.
yeah, for men, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I'll fix it because this is what women are doing now. I'll go to Brazil or Turkey, wherever. I'll get, bum implant. I'll get my breasts
Men don't
done.
like that.
I'll put on a weave and all of these things.
Some
And
men
Men
then
do.
don't like
you're gonna
that.
tell
White
me I
Men
men.
don't
don't look
like that
good.
for marriage. Where do women like that get married? Women with these crazy things. Where do they get married? They might be short term, but they never ever get married.
Yeah, the
I'm
reason
talking
why
about
is
something.
because
Can I
there's no
ask you?
substance. That's what I'm saying. If as a man you're saying, yes, visually someone has to be appealing, definitely. But if you're saying that this is all I'm gonna, focus on,
I never
because
said that's
that's what
all.
Kevin Samuel is teaching,
I
not you,
never said
sorry.
that's all. Oh,
Yeah, correction, thank you, not you, sorry, I mean Kevin Samuels. That's what he's teaching. He is giving you a brand. He's telling you to build an image. His whole world is revolved around, even when he comes there, he puts on a candle, he wears a suit, a little Gucci this and this and that.
yeah.
Like when someone is, all they're telling you to do is go and seek the next thing in order for you to be valued. The thing is, we already have value. All of these people, women, even the makeup, the designs, the clothing.
Oh, sorry. I
Excuse
know.
me, I didn't want
You
to
okay? Yeah.
cough on that. Yeah, I had a cup of coffee and I didn't drink it properly. So all of these things, what they're teaching us is that they don't have the answer. Like nobody has the answer. As a woman, if you look up to any of these social media platform people, trust me, like you're just gonna go away with the winds because they don't even know what they're talking about. They don't, the guy has 2 failed marriages. And the last time I heard any story about him, his first wife was talking about how he doesn't even pay child support. But yet he's up on YouTube trying to tell me how to get a man. Like,
Yeah, but
and
women
then
were
this
listening
other
to
woman
Steve
Khalid
Harvey for
put on
years.
earlier, she's, pardon?
For me is what I wanted to say on this. Oh, sorry, continue. Actually, I'll let you finish.
No, I finished. Thank you.
So on this is what I said before about the outside is the most important in the beginning. It's the initial thing that attracts us. I won't say it's the most important, but it's definitely what engages us. We want to talk to someone that's physically appealing. The thing is, the reason why that's something that's important, and he emphasizes, is the statistics he talks about that 80% of women are overweight, 60% of that is obese. All of these sort of things. These are problems from the beginning. After they sort these out, then they could go to therapists and they could go to, and he's a very big advocate of therapists. He's always saying go therapy, go therapy. He says it all the time. So he's helped, but obviously that's not his field. But he says to people, go to therapy, go deal with the inside problems that you have. But nobody wants to know what's inside until outside. And there's a lot of problems with people, as in from his statistics, 80% of women are overweight, 60% obese. That means from the get-go, no one wants to know what's inside you if you don't look appealing to them. So first and foremost, that's important. After that, deal with what's inside. I don't know what's wrong with this.
My thing is, why does it matter what people want to know? Someone should work on themselves before they even think about someone else.
100%.
Yeah, I just want to ask one thing to the brothers, Mustafa and Riddy. You see, we need to distinguish a few things, right? I know, are we Muslims? Are we from a different culture than the Americans and the Western world? We are, right? So what I'm saying is these things really don't affect us like that. I mean, I'm sure there's women, Somali women, or even guys who go that route, doing what these galas do, right? But most of us, realistically speaking, most of us, we have dhaqan. Yeah, we come from some kind of background. These things don't affect us, and they don't.
Brother, how old are
It's
you?
got nothing to do with us.
How
Me,
old are
I'm in
you,
my
brother?
30s, bro. How old are you?
30.
Because you sound quite young.
Brother?
Me, I'm 35.
Okay, you're not dealing with the same things that 19 and 20-year-olds are dealing with nowadays.
Fair
I
enough, fair
guarantee
enough.
you.
But no,
Exactly.
fair
I
enough.
That's
guarantee
why
you.
the dating
I was
market
just
is
getting
bad.
there. If you just let me finish, yeah. I was just gonna tell you, look, these things. So you're saying to me at the moment that even our Somali women, most of us, like 90%, are that direction. Is that what you're saying?
I
No,
plead
no,
the
no,
fifth.
no, no,
I
no,
plead
no,
the
no, no.
fifth.
I never
I
said
plead the
that.
fifth.
No, I'm asking the majority. Do you believe the majority of Somali girls are heading that direction?
You don't want me
What
to be
direction?
honest.
The direction that men don't want, like not feminine or whatever, all these things. I've been listening to you guys for because so you know which one I'm talking about, the ones that we don't want, the one with a career, the one we want to. You know,
they're easily influenced.
I believe there's a segment
Fair
of our
enough.
sisters that fall into this. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, but do you believe so you don't believe there's any good women around?
I never said that neither.
No,
of course,
I'm
there's many
asking
good
you.
women around.
So why don't you look at the good and not the bad? Forget the bad. You don't want shit. It's rotten apples. Get there. Keep it moving.
There's good women around.
Why is it so hard for us to do?
The thing is, I'm talking about society now, and the predominant sort of these sort of feminist narratives and whatnot is what's predominant now. More and more of our sisters are going. I'm talking about right now. The reason why we talk about it now is because we see it growing and growing. If we don't talk about it now, then imagine in 5-10 years we've been sitting idly and half our sisters are taking this ideology. If we don't talk about it now, then when are we going to talk about it? When it
No, I'm not saying don't talk about it. Well, I'm saying, isn't that something to do with where we live?
Of course.
So the point I'm making is that automatically generations after generations, people are going to change. They're going to evolve. They're going to mingle with society more. That's just what's happening. Brother, there's a lot of Somali brothers who go back home and get married. If that's for you, go for it. Because I just don't see how bashing each other is going to solve anything. If anything, we need to bring some kind of sense of community and education to the young sisters or brothers in that case. Because
I'm not bashing sisters.
But how do we do that? But listen to this, yeah. How do we do that when me and sisters did a topic today and we get hounded by left, right, center, men and women? In our community.
There's a lot of
even today, I was thinking to myself.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm saying, even introducing these topics, people are like, "Yo, the men are ala and the women are complaining." It is kind of confusing in the Somali community trying to do this.
Yeah, I think you should bring more women on board. I mean, see the perspective they come up with, because if it's all majority men, of course, some people are going to feel some kind of way about it. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? And most of the men, if I'm not mistaken, have not been married or are not married currently. So it's gonna, people are gonna have their
So why don't you chime in with your perspective as a married man with 3 kids?
Well, me, brother,
and school the brothers. Tell the young brothers that
No, but like he made a good point. The brother, Khalid, he made a good point. He said, "This I'm a bit too old for this. It doesn't apply to me."
It's true.
My wife is 26. She just turned 25, 26 this year. Yeah. So she's kind of your category. So I married her quite young. So what I'm saying is it's hard, man, because what, I can't even say much because nowadays maybe the majority are mingling with society or change, going the wrong direction. But I think it's something to do with community, man. As a community, I think we're very divided generally.
Something happened,
and we're very critical.
Yeah,
and we're very critical of each other and judgmental. I think this obviously brings more division, and then you get you get extreme, like Al-Kaka guy, and then you get the ones like Riddy. So many extreme points. So it's I think.
Let me just say this though. I just want to say that reason why, because it's like my brother Mustafa said, he's right. You don't understand the dating market for.
I agree. 100%.
Let me just say this. See, to maneuver the dating game and the dating market in 2021, you have to be red pill, or else you're gonna be left in the dust. There's so many stats that is showing that it's gravitating toward a larger community of incels and these type of things. So in order for
these words don't mean anything to me because these are internet phrases. The thing I'm saying to you is there are people like that. There's men who prefer married women, people with past. That's them.
Wait. Who prefers that?
Galo. That's the point I'm making.
No,
it's society that we live in.
Galo don't as well.
Brother, there's a lot of Galo who prefer these things.
No way. I've no Galo.
I've seen Galo men proudly say, "I don't have any kids, but my missus got kids." Straight. So you're telling me that's not?
Yeah, but they would have loved. They would have loved if she didn't.
Huh?
Look, I'm not saying people can't accept, women with histories and whatnot, but I guarantee you they would have preferred it if they didn't have it.
Well, some of them don't biologically want them. That's what I'm saying, and they just want the woman to have them. So there's no, you know what I'm saying? So, brother, it's society that we live in today. Yeah, it's going somewhere else. So,
baby mama culture.
Obviously the new generation are obviously gonna fall under that society. But
But listen, brothers, the reason why we
yeah.
talk about these things, I feel like at the end of the day, we don't want to speak about these topics to insult one another and make one another and ostracize one another and make it a man versus woman thing. We want to know, the main question that I have is, how can we get along? How can we get along and make Somali families, Somali communities, and get along and thrive properly? This is what it is. We're not saying this to insult one another.
And to maybe
No, I'm not
speak
saying you
about,
are.
and
I'm
like
not saying
Mahmoud
you are,
saying
yeah.
is, yeah, having some of these issues, maybe this is, like I said, maybe this is a new phenomenon, innit? And having some of these issues and bringing them out, to get where I'm coming from.
Yeah. I think
maybe
it's
we're
more
new to
women
this
need to
as a
talk about
community.
this, because women probably going to feel attacked, you know, and the
But this is
majority
the
of them are
problem.
gonna.
But the thing is, women
Yeah.
always talk about these subjects. This is a new phenomenon
Okay.
where men and women are talking together, and people are like, "Whoa,
Yeah.
what is going on?" And I think that's what's really going on, really.
Women
Because sometimes we're trying to have
for decades,
centuries,
yeah.
decades. They've been
Men
going
are
on
trash
about.
have been a slogan for, as
Yeah,
at
but
least
that doesn't matter.
my
You know
lifetime.
what I mean? Yeah,
But
exactly.
once again, it's the current society that we're living in, and the countries, the Western countries we live in. Back home, we don't get much of these things. So I think a lot of us want to keep the back home mentality into this society, which is, I think, almost impossible to do. You know, if you look at it, the only people that I've seen manage to do that is Pakistanis in like Midlands and North of England. They bring people from back
No,
home
brother.
and then they lock them up for 15 years. But for us, it's a bit harder, you know.
What we want is a solution that actually works. Back home, that solution worked. It worked.
That's what I'm saying.
Women didn't.
We have the back
Women
home
didn't want to just
mentality
leave the
in a
house.
fucked up society. That's what I'm saying to you. The
No, but
society's not going to allow
then
us.
again, listen, you're
Unfortunately.
comparing two different societies that have parallel differences. Back home, the Muslim behind, like Makadan, the Deen to high, you get where I'm coming from. It's a totally different, it's a whole different total vibe. You get where I'm coming from. So that's
in
this
this
is what it
society
is.
where the LGBT
Differently.
so look how far we're apart from each other. So it's hard really, but communication I think is key, you know, and bringing more women
then
to talk
again,
about
but then again, if we're getting shut, if men are going to get shut down, and men are trying to have honest conversations about this. I get some people are extreme. I'm not trying to point fingers at anyone on the panel. Some people maybe, you know, them ones they're a bit different with it. But like I said,
RP.
I don't want to say it out loud, innit? Yeah, but yeah, I know who we're talking about, innit? Listen to this here.
Guys, I gotta leave you. So take care.
Alaikum assalam. So I don't know. This is the oxymoron. It is a conversation to have, but I'm gonna ask Effie and the sisters, what is the best way to have this type of conversation from a female perspective, looking in outwards? My brother.
Respect. All I'm gonna say is just respect, because sometimes when I listen to some of the things, it just even though it doesn't even, half the things don't even apply to me, it's just like, how can you talk about a sister like that? It's just disrespectful. You're not gonna have dialogue when you're being disrespectful. That's all I'm gonna say.
Should we look at the age? What do you guys think? Sis, come through sister therapy.
Yeah, and to add my 2 cents to it, I would say, to be honest, it really depends. It doesn't depend. It's finding out the root cause of the situation. And I feel like a lot of us and a lot of people need to find healing. Well, like healing, go to Ilahi, pray to Ilahi. And I feel like when we rectify our relationship with Ilahi, everything else, Ilahi will handle that. And Ilahi already tells us that, focus on Ilahi and get your priorities straight, get your salah in check first and foremost, do, what you need to be doing, and then leave the rest to Allah. Whether you marry a fat person, a skinny person, a man with a big wallet, a man with a small wallet, whatever it is, like Ilahi will bring what you need. All you need to do is just focus on Ilahi and stop looking for approval and acceptance in people's experiences that we don't necessarily apply with. So that's what I would say. The root cause, Ilahi, connection, we build that, and then look for acceptance and validations in that.
Simple. But Hamoud, drop down some info. What you saying as a wallah, as an older brother, as the father on the panel? You get me? As a father, you know them.
What's it called? Red pill. These guys need to understand one thing, man. they're very a lot of them are very typical, judgmental, judging women for their past. We're all
It's the
human at the end
same
of the
thing
day.
as, do
People
you
can
know what
make
it is?
mistakes.
It's the
Women
same
do the
movement
same.
as,
I
do you know
know.
what it is?
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
same movement as extreme feminism.
Yeah, that's women. It's both ways. But what I'm saying is, yeah,
I wouldn't
it's
agree
so
with that.
easy to bring words like
I
beta,
know.
simp.
I know.
Everyone's a beta, yeah, for marrying someone with a child, unless that person is your sister. Then he's a good man and he's a good God-fearing man.
No, that's a
So
beta move. He's not
the
a beta.
point I'm
It's a
making
beta
is,
move.
whatever you want to, but when he marries your sister, who happens to be a single mother, he's a good man. He's a God-fearing guy. Simple. This
No, it's
is
still a
I've seen
beta
it
move.
many times, happening many times. Beta
But brother,
move is, so
brother,
what's the difference? A beta move. So doesn't that make the person a beta male then?
yeah, because
Since
It
he
doesn't
made
have
the
to.
beta move.
No, it doesn't have to
invest in a poor
necessarily be
man's
a
kid.
beta male.
You can't invest in a poor man's kid. See why? And you have to
But that's
understand,
the point
a
I was
man that
making
left
is,
a
yeah.
woman, it's already a red flag. Why would a man not want to be responsible for his own child? To me, that's suspicious. Whether they're deadbeat or not, clearly she has some issues. You know what I mean? Kids with multiple different men, red flag. No marriage too, red flag. None. There's a reason why single mothers end up dying single mothers. There's a reason. They might just get a boyfriend and that's it. You know what I mean? In and out the house, child seeing multiple men in their mother's bed and they're just chilling around them. You know what I mean? That's not a good look, man. I don't know how that. I can't imagine growing up like that. Men coming in and out my house and shit like that.
No, no,
Not
no,
like
no.
that.
I think you need to differentiate, bro. You need to differentiate between baby mothers and single mothers.
Single
I think
mothers, yeah.
there's a very big
Divorce,
distinction.
you mean
One was,
divorce?
And once again, we're
yeah,
talking about
women that were
community.
actually married, when women that were married had children in marriage and divorce, and women who weren't married and had children out of wedlock.
That's called divorcee. You just call her divorcee. Single mother and baby mother are synonymous.
No, 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 no.
Divorcee is
Single mother and
different.
baby mama are not the same.
I mean, I think so. I think you talk about divorcee. Divorcee is different. It is what it is. She's a single mother because of her divorce. That's the distinction right there. But regardless, majority of these women who are single mothers and baby moms are 90%. Most of them in the society that I see are they never were married anyway. You know what I mean? Most of them weren't. Because if at least she was a divorcee, the dad would at least have some child, like what's it called, part-time custody or some shit like that. Like you know what I mean? Some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the community is
What's
funny,
going on in
man.
the chat?
Me.
I can't see the chat.
Yeah. Now I got
just think
some
our
guy.
community.
Yeah, go on.
Go on.
Yeah,
I just think
carry
our
on.
community is funny, man. We have all kinds of funny people in our community. We have the extremes. We have the ones who
Yeah.
believe Naga Ice, the rugby kardigi,
Yeah.
four wives rugby kardigi. It's just we're very very we're
I
funny,
think I
man.
see the truth though. I think I always preach the truth. I think people just can't handle it because I bring the
Your
stats.
truth, yeah. Everyone has their own version of the truth. Let's be honest.
My
Listen. Someone will come to you really and tell you, "Oh, Islam is a solution for this and that." You'll be like, "Nah, nationalism." So that's their truth, Islam.
Mm-hmm.
But then your one would be nationalism. So everyone has their version of the truth.
But let me tell you this: I always make smart predictions. I've always been known for that. Everyone says, "Yo, really, you are right, man. The Lakers are gonna win." Really,
Yeah, we
you're
don't
right,
know
man.
you.
I don't know you. Come on, you. That's a once upon a time. Really, shit changes.
Let me finish.
Man said I was
I see
always
you
right.
guys.
Yeah, man.
But fam, no, let me see. 2021, right? I'll lie me
Yeah,
2030. You will see. You will see. Look, you go on the streets. You're going to see certain
inshallah.
things.
Do you learn it, Garcia?
But can I just say something? Ridley, you can't predict what has already been predicted. We know that closer to when the time is ending, of course, and then the brother mentioned as well, every generation, the next generation is actually worse than the other. We've already been told that in a hadith by the Prophet, peace be upon him, that his generation was the best of generation. So of course, but for me, I feel like if Ilahi put us in this time and era in 2021, clearly there is something that we're meant to contribute. Clearly, there is something that we're meant to use our faculties, our mind, our intellect to be able to make a difference. We're told even if the world is ending and you have a seed, like plant that seed anyways. So, okay, yes, maybe we're going to be outnumbered by all of these isms and schisms that are going on, but then the responsibility lies with you and me. We don't control outside of ourselves. People do what they want to do. Like the brother said, you have your truth, I have my truth. But how do we impact? Like, do you think you having that belief system of the way you see the world, is it benefiting you right now? Are you in a relationship? Have you found, the virgin that you're looking for that's never been touched or even, been tampered with by a man?
Madonna.
Yeah, man, I'm getting there right now. That's what you gotta look for. You gotta get the proper girl, man. That's the best thing. That's what makes
Really gonna get someone like Madonna. We'll have to, he's gonna believe it.
So what's the proper girl for you?
The proper girl is simple. The nice homemaker that's kept her chastity and is pious. She kept herself for me. She saved herself for me. That's what you want. You don't want someone that's been
Yeah, but listen.
So
you have to understand something. Really, every girl or woman has been divorced was virgin at some point. So don't forget that. That does not mean that your wife, the virgin one, won't be. She's unable to get divorced by you, and then you know what I'm saying. So
I see me.
But what I'm saying to you is, and just because you're a virgin does not make you a good wife automatically, like the kind of wife that you want. But then you be looking at highlighting the virginity part of her, and oh yeah, she's a good girl. Go home.
Yeah, but chastity is something important for a man.
So
it's like saying
it is. I'm not saying it's not, but that's not the only thing to look at, my brothers.
Let me ask you a question.
It's not the only thing to look at. It is. That's to be honest, that's in my opinion, it's non-negotiable. That's a must, right?
Yeah.
But there's other things to look at. From my experience,
of course,
there's things like, because there's women, bro, they never been touched, but because of that, they become shitty wives. Not because of that, but they can become shitty wives. Not because of that. But I've seen women, bro. Oh yeah, they've been always at home, blah blah blah. God knows what they've been preached to when they were younger. They get married, they're locked in the house. Yeah, make me some food. I want to say myself house lagaran. So trust me, that does not make you automatically a good wife. You look at different qualities. But then everyone's got their things to look out for when thinking of marriage. So it's hard, man. It's just I just think people just need to shut the fuck up and get married, man. Simple. 2-year-old hell or family can go to shit. Like the old days, man. I'm old school. No headache, man. No. If you see a little girl, don't even go to her father. Hey, is she available? Yes or no? If she's just, hey, let's make it happen. Because I think it's that simple. If you want it to be that simple. But I think a lot of people want to complicate things. But I listen to Kevin Samuel.
We say, il aime resto. On that note.